Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the final day of the IC3 Annual Conference and Expo 2025. Over the past 2 days, we have shared incredible insights, meaningful conversations, and inspiring stories. Together, we have explored how counseling as a culture can truly transform education and impact the lives of millions of students across the world. Today, as we step into the concluding day, it's not just about wrapping up, it's about carrying forward the energy, the learning, and connections we have made here. This is the day where ideas turn into commitments and conversations pave the way for action. We will also have a lineup of powerful speakers and a visionary session that we hope will leave you inspired long after you leave the campus. So let's make this final day just as powerful, engaging, and memorable as the journey so far. Thank you for being with us, and let's begin. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a very good track this morning. So to get to our final day started, we have a speaker who will guide us in unlocking our creative potential. Please welcome Professor Rahul Niraka, Assistant Professor in our School of Design. Mr. Rahul Niraka is a fashion and lifestyle designer, researcher, and design educator with 15 years of experience in both design and academia. He has co-founded two design labels, Nirvikalpa and Kasav by Nirvikalpa, which are dedicated to promoting a holistic lifestyle and sustainable eco-living. With his vision of Bring Vedas Back, he collaborates with various craft clusters along India in areas of Ayurveda, sustainability, handloom, and handicrafts. After completing his formal design education at NEF Mumbai, he worked as a design researcher at IDC IIT Bombay for the project eKalpa Digital Learning Environment for Design in India. He has also served as a design educator at esteemed institutions such as NEFT and NID. Born into edupreneur's family, Mr. Rahul began his teaching at a young age and has continued ever since. His passion for his roots and heritage is evident in his ceaseless pursuit of Bharatanatyam, Carnatic vocal music, Veena, and violin, as well as his independent research in Veda, Vedanta, and other areas of Indology. He has also collaborated with different design organizations and mentored design startups. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome again Professor Rahul Niraka. Thank you so much. It was lovely introduction. Though I proudly say I didn't start my teaching career at a very young age. I precisely started my teaching career when I was in fifth standard. So that is something which I carry very proudly. Until 2022, I was skeptical, should I speak about it or not? Because Indian system, we don't encourage child labor, right? And then it is also not counted. But I literally worked with my mom. I had my first student when I was in fifth standard, who was an NRI returned from Italy. I hailed from Kerala, and then the guy didn't know Malayalam. My task was teach him Malayalam. And then I didn't teach him. He scored top. He was the topper in the class in that time. So I proudly say that I started teaching. I mean, of course, it is there in my blood. All of us teach, right? It's like if you know the musician, if you ever heard of Maharaja Swati Tirunal, who was a Carnatic music composer. He's also known as the Garbhashri man because he started ruling when he was inside his mother's womb. So I was like that. Like I started experiencing classroom when I was in mother's womb. She used to teach all till ninth month. She used to teach. So I always proudly say I'm born to teach. But at the same time, the contrary is that irony is that when I was growing up, I never wanted to be a teacher. I was like, entire family is teaching, I don't want to be a teacher. But destiny is that my students force me to teach. Each time I go as guest faculties, all of them say that, so why don't you teach? Why don't you teach? And then sitting my friend Professor Sunny, we together has co-founded the two labels, and we also are the founding faculty for School of Design. And then I have to say that he is the one who always used to say that, Rahul, you should teach, you should become a full-time academician because your students love you so much. So you are destined to teach, or you're born to teach. So I thank him also
being a great, giving that push. So today we'll see the topic which Pani has given is a very heavy one. I hope I'll be able to, bring in some or give some insight. But at the same time, I also had for the first time, ever since fifth standard, for the first time, I had butterflies in my stomach for, before teaching. Why? Because it is the first time I'm teaching large number of educators, and the introduction what I've received, a lot of principals and the educators, counselors, all together, I'm like from students to teaching educators. It's like all of a sudden it took me back to school. I had flash of my faculties and teachers, and then I'm all of a sudden, oh God, I have to teach teachers today. But I try my level best to be the student and the teacher together. Um, so design, how many of you understand design? One, two, and three. Okay, okay, good, good. Now from here she also changed. From here she also changed. She knows. So what is design? What do you understand about design? To an extent, what do you understand about design? Patterns? Sorry? Shapes? Shades, colors, sequence, manifested creativity. That's a very Gen Z way of manifestation. Heard over the last 1 year is too much. That manifestation literally connects me. Everything is design. That's beautiful. Everything is design. And texture, giving life to the creativity. Okay. Any more? Expression. So, design before we understand all of you are correct, and that is the beauty of design. Also, we don't say that you are wrong. We constructively look at it. But right now, nobody is wrong over here. But at the same time, it is also very important. All of you have mentioned everything. It's the fragments of design, or when you dive deep into it, okay, shape is design, color is design, and then the way the sir said, everything is design. But why design is important in today's world, especially when you are teaching, when you are handling students, when you are, they are the future of a country or the world or the universe. Why design is so important? Because design has to be for the humanity, right? And that is why it is very important. I would love to bring in an experience of mine. When I was teaching at NIFT, Kannur, I had the student, her legs were fractured. She came in with the help of her friends. And then during the lunch break, I was sitting, and then she was looking at the window. I don't know what was she thinking. It took one sentence for me to ask her to explore. I asked her, what happened, Ria? What is bothering? And then from there, I proudly say that I help, if I could help that student in her life, it was because of design, the way I've been trained to handle the user, how to be user centric. And from there, however, I could help her in her life because she was going through a lot of personal problems. She was struggling to concentrate in studies. And then from there, she became the gold medalist of NIFT Kannur. She graduated with a gold medal with 2 awards. She went on to work with all the leading designers in India, starting from Sabyasachi, Gaurav Gupta, Amita Agarwal, Anamika Khanna, and in the history of Sabyasachi made the historic moment of calling an employee back. The culture of Sabyasachi Mukherjee is that once the employee is out of their company, that employee never steps back. And then each time when there is that moment what she needs to update or then she needs a help, she calls me at any point of time, even at 4 o'clock in the morning. She is that one student who has given me heart attack by calling at 4 o'clock, and then when I called back, her phone was switched off. And then that student updates me like I'm her parent. And that I've only seen happening with my parents. And that is when, that is what we do to the rights of students. And then how did I been able to, and then Ria is one of the sampling or a random sample of all my student fraternity. But there are students keep on updating me what's happening, what do we do, what should we do? So we are stuck, what should we do? And all I do is the same design practice I do for designing a product, the same way I implement the same technique in with them, to solve the problems. And that is why I'm very happy, legends like Don Norman as being a very advocate of design for humanity. And then, and that teaches a lot that how can we handle, if we can handle our own, for what should we call our own co-living beings, right? Human beings. Often we don't see it because we are used to dividing all of us in south, north, east, west, Kerala, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, India, America, Europe, Japan, Germany. None of us treat us like human beings. We are having that, bridge. We have built walls between all of us, right? When I say that, I don't say that I'm a human being. I say that I'm Rahul from Kerala, right? I don't say that I'm from India. I say India when I go outside, right? So we have the tendency to divide, and that is exactly where we require design for humanity.
Centric design. So what do I mean by? I want to talk about 21st century design. So what do I mean by that? I mean it's a different kind of design. It's not the traditional design where we make beautiful, wonderful objects and wonderful experiences. It's about thinking about design as a way of thinking, a way of addressing the major problems of the world, because designers have a special way of addressing issues. We call it design thinking, comes under many other different names, but it's what designers have been doing for, well, since the beginning of designers. And in other words, it's not new. It's been around for 80, 100 years. So what is design as a way of thinking? Well, here's how I like to talk about it. And I call this human-centered design. And we'll come back to describe that term later. But it has 4 important components. First of all, well, it's human-centered. So we always focus upon the people. And that's very important because it's the only discipline where the major focus is about making things that are appropriate for people. Second, we solve the right problem. There are lots of really good problem solvers in the world, the economists, the political scientists, and especially the engineers. They're trained to solve problems. But engineers, they never stop and say, is this the right problem? They give you a solution, but I have a rule when I do my consulting work, which is do not solve the problem that I am asked to solve. That's because usually we discuss a problem by the symptoms. And if you solve the symptoms, well, that's all very good, but the problem comes back. What you have to do is figure out, well, so what's the real cause? So we have epidemics, especially in cities, not the current epidemic, but just say cholera epidemics. And you say, well, we should go in and treat them and cure the people. Yes, but why did you have epidemics? Well, it's usually carried by poor sanitation. All right, so let's improve the sanitation. Why is there poor sanitation? Well, because the people aren't using appropriate toilets. Well, okay, but why not? Well, because they're homeless. If you want to stop cholera epidemics, you have to solve the homeless problem. The point being, you have to look at what the fundamental issues are and address them. And those fundamental issues are much more difficult than solving the symptoms. But unless you address them, the symptoms keep coming back and back and back. Well, what can designers do to solve the homeless problem? Well, let's go back. What do? We focus on the people. We focus on answering the right problem, the deep underlying causes. Third, we recognize that everything is a system. You can't solve one little piece because everything is interconnected. So you have to really look at the nature of the system. And finally, and this is extremely important, we don't rush to a solution. We know that when we're dealing with human beings and societies and different cultures and political forces and economic factors, that whatever we do is probably not going to be right. So what we do is we try a simple, small intervention. We see what the results are. Then we modify it and we continually experiment, do an intervention, learn from it, change what we're doing. And slowly we'll get bigger and bigger because each one allows us to do even more the next time, and we'll get better and better. So that's the secret, but it's a hard secret. Because for a problem like the cholera epidemics I mentioned, it could take 10 years to solve. But these are big major problems. They will not be solved overnight. And that's what designers, though, are really well trained to do. Design's an interesting discipline. Designers don't really have any content. The content that designers have and what they learn when they go to a design school and get design degrees, they learn the techniques, they learn the problem solving and problem defining methods. They have a whole bunch of powerful tools. And then, because we don't know the details of healthcare or even housing, we have to bring in the experts. So we have to have a multidisciplinary team where we work together with people from all types of skills. And we have to learn how to work with them and bring together a solution that is most appropriate for the people. And the most important thing, which I'll come back to in a short time, this has to come from the people. If designers come in and look over a problem and say, I understand the problem, here's what you should do, it doesn't even matter if that's the correct answer. It will not work, because unless the people who are being affected understand and believe and accept it, it will not work. So the people themselves have to be part of the solution. And you know what? Quite often, they've already started. We have 7 billion people in the world, and a lot of them are really creative and wonderful, and those people understand the problems they're facing, and a number of those 7 billion have already started creative, wonderful solutions. So instead of trying to come in and say, here's what we say, us experts, foreigners, who don't understand your culture and don't understand your resources and don't understand what you're able to do and what you need, why not let the people lead the way? We see what they're doing, we say, that's really clever. I wonder if you need assistance, we can mentor, we can facilitate, we can bring in other resources. You have difficulty, individuals have difficulty tackling the whole system or tackling the political issues, but that's where we can come in and help. So we call that community-driven design, which is a subset of human-centered design, which, as far as I am concerned, is really about designing for humanity. So human-centered design is a subset of humanity-driven design, humanity-centered design, because we're trying to save, well, the planet.
Turn your LinkedIn profile into a lead generation machine using
Yes. What do you want to? What's the plan? Really, not the whole thing. Not the rubbish, not the fire. So, how was it? That's it? Okay. And everything was interconnected, yes.
People think.
People centered, yeah. Yeah, critical thinking as well as problem solving. That's rightly said. The yes, yes, yes. So the most attractive part, what I got to like, it has to come from within. And that is why most of us struggle inside the classroom also, right? Most of the time, what happens? How many educators? And how many teachers? All of us. Okay. Uh, Most of the time, what happens? What are the problems you guys face inside the classroom? Do you guys face any problem inside the classroom? Sorry, only problems.
Now, the biggest problem is that students don't sit in one place. They want to roam around and their attention span is very short. They're for a moment they're talking here, talking about something, and if you're talking about something, they'll listen to you for a few seconds and they'll go, you have to compose room there, and what's happening there and that. So attention span is the problem right now.
Now, this seems like, more than a designer, there should be someone else to solve this problem. And then how do you solve this problem?
I take them, I have to repeatedly have to tell them, pay attention to it first.
So how do you bring in?
They have to go to hospitality. They
Yes.
have to go to the classes. So one does not come with eye contact and she feels shy and all that. And the other, because there are many children, they have standard, like they feel it very difficult to get in touch with you, to speak to you. They cannot bring up the eye contact. That's really difficult. And we need to go to create and then at least, to reach out to them. And that's what I've been doing with them. Like I had 4 children in my class going around with this problem, and by God's grace, I've been trying to solve it with the children. Because they design their patterns, like, we cannot implement what we think. So we get on and reach to their brains, like what we are thinking about and how close can we get to them. Just to trigger them to look at us or to speak to us.
It's the right method, in fact, for any problems.
Thank you so much.
Getting there to their level is the right method to solve any problem. That when we keep ourselves away from that problem and then try to understand the problem, when we try to understand their problem from their part, that is the most beautiful way to approach any problem that we have beautiful solutions.
I think it's about designing a lesson where students are engaged, keeping in mind their abilities, the age, the attention span, all that, and designing a classroom which is a lot more collaborative. Because we're talking about design, the furniture, the ventilation, sunlight, etc. So just the root of the problem. So we're trying to get to the root of the problem and we're not treating the symptoms.
So, as Don Norman said, so addressing the root problem is the key component in solving any problem. So once you understand the root problem, you can solve the problem. But how will you solve the problem? That is where rightly when you address the problem like the person who's facing the problem, that's over there, right? For an example, if the kid is being hyperactive and they're not having attention span, it's a lot to do with, and I also hail from an Ayurvedic background, so I'll also mix that holistic approach in it. It's a lot to do with what they're having. It's not just, and it's just a lot to do with what the mother had when the child was growing inside, right? So hyperactiveness, attention span, of course, we connect a lot to the screen. social media screen, and then it's like Instagram is training you that, it's 30 seconds. And then after 30 seconds, it's a new content, or maximum 1 minute. But that is where it is becoming challenging. Even today, it is the Gen Alphas or the tiniest ones, but handling Gen Zs even now for us also. And I'm teaching BTech students, so we teach design inside without any chair. They sit on the floor, and then we teach design, design thinking. And then the biggest problem what we face, the 19, 20 years old kid behave like kindergarten, that, they, from here I instruct, and then we reach over here, then this one got it from there, and it is here, he is here or she. And then I'm like, go and sit there. And then that's a problem what we all are having. But we can't chew all the time, right? Because the evolution, my guru always says that if you will not accept the evolution, if you will become egoistic, you are dead. Right? So we need to accept that this is how today's generation is. We can't say that in 1960s, my father was like this, or in 1980s or 1990s, I was like this. And then we can't say that, so therefore you have to behave. So, but understanding the base of it is that you need to inculcate, or we need to inculcate, that understanding the root cause, the root problem, and then find it out. Spend time with young kids, and then of course we all do that. I'm not saying you don't do that, but understanding sometimes the surface level problem might not be the actual problem, right? Some students might be facing, and then today's generation, anxiety, uh, depression, all of these heavy words they use now and then, like, it's a common thing. When I was a student, I never heard that. I never heard depression. I never knew that depression was there. When I deal with these kids, and then when they say that I'm having anxiety attack, and then I'm like, okay, this is called anxiety attack. This is what is anxiety attack is. This is what clinical depression is. Now, is it true sometimes they also take us for granted by faking anxiety attack? I was a victim of that. I was teaching um, uh, uh, sustainable design, and then all of a sudden the girl who was sitting right in front of me is texting me by saying that, sir, I'm having an anxiety attack. And I'm like, I'm sitting, I mean, this is the distance. I just gave an activity, and then I'm like, I just got this thing, and I'm looking at her, she is all fine. But then, how am I supposed to know that she's fine or not? It's an anxiety attack. It has no tangible outcome. I can't see it like materials. Like, okay, so now I am also not well equipped with the knowledge to handle this. And like, what is next? So she's like, can I go home? I'm like, is that what you want to do? Okay, go home. Because, I had past experience for being very strict, and then all of that. One student, I still carry that mark with me. One student took some sharp object and did a beautiful face on my bonnet, right? So I'm like, okay, I still carry that signature with me everywhere, wherever I'm going. Uh, and then I'm like, okay, you go, no worries. I also asked her friends to accompany her. She took the bag, la 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 la. I'm like, anxiety is gone. She danced, and she's like, baby, bye bye, bye bye. And that's what they take us for granted also. So sometimes it's like observation, and that is another quality what we inculcate when you're practicing design. You have to be keen observant. And then, of course, I understood that she has no problem. She didn't do her assignment. She also don't want to be the part of the new assignment. So she wants to skip the class. I'm like, oh, that's my strategy. If you don't want to attend the class, you leave. Because I can't force you, because you are already 17 years old. There's no, there's no, there's no point in forcing. And then according to Guru Chanakya, that once you reach 16 years, we are not supposed to control them. We are supposed to we are supposed to handle them as friends. Like if Professor Sunny will say that I know I'm not feeling today, like, I can't do. What will I do? I'll say that, okay, fine, you take rest. That's how I do with my friend. And then that's what I did with her. Then if I'll ask her to be inside my classroom and force us to study, then she will make a bawal out of that whole thing. You know, she will meet the counselor, she will create issues, she will say that, you know, Rahul sir didn't allow me to go, I was having anxiety attack, she will do all the time. So that is one way to handle the situation. But for an example of one first year and a first standard student, no, I'm seriously sorry, I don't know how to handle it. My mother, my sister, my father, everybody can teach them. And I say that, Mama, don't give small children. I don't know how to handle it.
It's very easy.
I have anxiety attack.
Observe them and approach them as a little child. They just need to trust you. Build that trust in them.
But you know,
That's what
I think this I developed when I heard America is having the most educated teachers in the kindergarten. And that's when I think that has given me a pressure that I'm not well equipped to handle. But seriously, those who teach tiny kids, I really salute. I have tried couple of times teaching my mom's students. I can't handle them. Well, first and foremost, they're very active, and then keeping them engaged is a difficult task. And then you can't shout, right? Shouting doesn't work. Now these guys I can always shout, right? But these young children, we can't shout. And then I also understood that when I had my niece, I understood that I can't handle it. You know, it's a serious task handling kids. And then of all of you who are handling small children, hats off, I appreciate. But again, coming back, being a keen observant and then addressing the right problem, keeping us away from our skin and then understanding their world is the most holistic way to approach and solve problems. And that is why I always say to everyone that this is how I define design. Design is the journey of enlightenment. Once you understand design, once you learn design, I don't say understand design, once you learn design, you become more holistic. There is always an ex-personality of yours after learning design. There is always an ex-Rahul, who learned to design, that is me today, and then there is an ex-Rahul who didn't learn. I mean, my personality was different. I was not user-centric, I was not empathetic. When I was learning fashion, I was a very Nikian who had the badass attitude. I mean, fashion is known for that. But I transformed when I did my master's. That's when they taught us being empathetic towards any problem. And then solving the problem by understanding the right cause for it. And then that's when I understood that, okay, this is what design is. Learning any specialization was like, it's very centric, fashion centric. You learned all the techniques. You were equipped with all the, knowledge. When I understood design as what is design, that transformed my life. And then it's an awakening process to come up with a lot of ideas to improvise whatever you are on the situation. And I always say that it's actually an awakening process. It's like it's a spiritual journey, in fact, in a modern way that you are addressing. You have any problem. Let's also not address it as a problem, but altogether your approach is like it's more spiritual. Most of the time when these Babas sit and talk, I feel like we should teach design, and then we don't have to have all these Babas sitting and doing all the counseling, wrong and right one, all respect to every buddy. But I'm saying teaching design at school level will help the students to be more creative. And then when I say creative, I didn't mean that doodling, creating mandalas, and then coloring or painting. That is another aspect of creativity. But teaching design will help the students to be self-sufficient, right? And I'm very sure that if we teach design to every student, since their first standard, I mean every level we can teach, right? And then what will happen? The students are well equipped. They will not say that, okay, we are having anxiety, we are having all these problems. Rather than that, they'll be like more on like solve, rather than addressing that problem, their focus will be always on finding a solution to it. And that is the only way we can transform coming generations. Right. I was having a conversation with one of my friends who was in America, and then she was like, the way we I hope we are not having, I will not offend anyone online. If we have anyone from America. Sorry for if I offend anyone, but it is a joke that came from America. Uh, we always look at West by thinking that they are well equipped. They are so good at it. And then to that confirmation, yesterday we were having a discussion with the team from Pune who are teaching design, and then they also confirmed one bit. I was also shocked when they said that foreign students actually look for Indian music teachers. And then I was literally shocked. I mean, if you are learning Hindustani or Carnatic or any other indigenous stream is fine that you need. But then for learning guitar and piano, you are looking for Indian teachers. That was shocking. Why? Because we dive deep into the system. Learning is a serious process for us. That history is like since Vedic periods, right? If you will read any Vedas, it is not superficial knowledge. Like when you read Ayurveda, when you will go to Ayurveda, human anatomy is not a superficial understanding. It has to do a lot with beyond our common understanding. So that is what the pedagogy we've been handling. We've been, and that is exactly why when one of my students went to UAL, the QS ranking second in the world for design. She went there for her master's, and then after she asked three times she asked doubts. The instructor asked her to go to therapy department to check their mental stability. And then she called me from there by saying, sir, they asked me to do a mental stability test. I've been labeled as a mentally unstable student because I asked doubts three times. And then when I was with you guys never treated me like for asking doubts. And that is exactly the pedagogy we are trained, and then where we are, that we don't teach our kids, like, we don't approach them as like, okay, for me a learning. My task is like, okay, I've given the instructions, over. It is not like that. But our pedagogy is more deep rooted, understanding the students. And do we do all the time that? No, some of us don't. We also have bigger experience from the teachers, right? One of my bitter experience when I was doing my postgraduate selection at NIFT, proudly I say it's my family, but I also have a very bitter experience. I took one project and my mentor discouraged me doing that. And then the same year, Vogue took the similar project, invited designers from across the world, worked on the similar theme, and then I went with the Vogue to the mentor by saying that this was my project. We also have such teachers, right? Sometimes, and that is why I said that we always have to step out of our skin when we are teachers and then understand that, okay, this is my responsibility sitting in front of. We are building the future of the students. And then how do you do it creatively? That is where, you just use design process that it will help you to be a better educator. And then, design, and then I always say, design is the problem and then design is the solution. Whatever the design, whatever the problems we have, that is the design problem. And whatever the solutions what we bring in, that is the design solution, right? And now, what is the technique? So what is the technique what all of us can use in our life to solve problems, starting from our personal life to our professional life to classrooms to design the biggest product in the world? We all use the same problem, and that is commonly known as design thinking. Now, we will not be able to do the activity which I was supposed to do. We were supposed to have a 3 hours workshop. We'll not be able to do the activity, but I'll brief you how design thinking can help in solving any single, be the complex or the simplest problem. And how many of you understand, how many of you know design thinking? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, okay. And what is your understanding about design thinking? I know one person who knows a personal connection, therefore I know. What is your understanding about design thinking? Yes, sir. No, please. Please. We don't ask our students also together, please.
It's all the mindset, the growth mindset, with the collective approach. We can be a team member, and we can think of all those possibilities and solutions. And, you know, the probable answers to the everyday questions. That is what design thinking starts with the solution. I feel so with the growth mindset, of course.
We have something online also, a tool for solving problems. Yes. Anyone else? Yes.
So if there's a problem, one solution cannot be for everyone. So it can be it can be different for you, it can be different for her. So a solution which is tailor-made, keeping in mind that particular person, is design thinking, and that's what we use in our pedagogy.
Like one of our colleagues came late just now. So one solution could be that you punish them and say that next time you have to come early. That is the solution. But the design thinking process is, why are you late? Okay, the shower didn't work. The housekeeping was not proper. Why housekeeping was not proper? So the person came late yesterday. So then why you have to ask whys and come to the root cause of the problem and systematically solve that problem so that it doesn't occur again.
So you say that it's a systematic approach to solve the problem.
So design thinking can be the way how our building has been structured or designed, which is pro climate change, pro noise which is coming from outside, or the heat which is coming from outside. So there is a glass, there is a vacuum, there is a gap. Another way of checking out how you can design your thinking is, let's say we are looking at the white screen there, but for everyone, there is a different angle. And all of us can see something written there, okay, from a different things. And there are few who cannot see because there is a problem. Okay, they cannot see because there is a reflection. So we can design light in such a way from an angle for that particular person can be a spotlight who can see the things in a different way, so that the reflection is not a barrier for him or her. So that's how we cultivate thinking to design a solution for a problem.
In a simple way, we can put it like this: empty glass. All people will watch. Majority will say it is an empty glass, and the same thinking will say the glass full of air. That's it.
That's good.
I would like to have design thinking with people. Making something extremely functional, but also not losing the aesthetic aspects of it. Like I was reading about the Japanese yogurt cups recently and how, when you take the wrapper of the yogurt cup, right, there is something stuck on it. What do we usually do? Make it, yeah, right. It's not a big deal for us. But apparently they designed the underneath of the wrapper in such a way that the yogurt doesn't stick, it just slides off. And they have taken it biomimicry, they have taken it from the lotus leaves. So for me, a novel, like I'm not into design, right? And that's not even a problem for them to notice, for somebody to notice the nuances of a yogurt cups wrapper and then make it extremely functional. And I think that is what design thinking. And also don't use the aesthetic.
Yeah. I also would love to correct one thing. You are also a designer. We all are designers. You might not have the degree of design from the design school, but we all are designers. Why? Because we all are solving problems, right? The design is no more the conventional design where you see that you're doing something on the surface is called as design. Design is, we all are designers, and then to be a designer, it is also mandatory that you be an educator, you be a anthropologist, you be a sociologist, you be a economist. And that is when you become a conventionally qualified designer. But at the same time, design, we cannot separate design from our life. You know, without design, we have no life. And then that's why I always say to all my kids that design is actually to make the world better. And that is the duty of every single designer. Make the world a better place. Right? You more in, okay, yes.
So I think it's also the modern approach to education these days, how to apply design thinking in your teaching, because it's actually a process, starting from identifying the problem to ideating, prototyping, and all of that. So I think that's what it is. It's a process, and I think more people are thinking along the lines of how to apply design thinking in your everyday life, as you rightly said. Design is an approach and a process to the solution. So we all have that approach. I mean, we may not understand that, okay, this is the design thinking approach that we are making, but it is actually design thinking. So the approach and the process towards the solution is what design.
Absolutely.
Also a customized way of individual needs and solutions. No, I'm just asking because I joined very late, though we are not punished. I would like to check.
Of course. So, okay, so design thinking will be so much. So design thinking, of course, it is customizable. It is actually a framework which we can use. And this framework, for an example, this framework is so versatile that you use this formula in every process, every problem, but the results are different, but you use the same one. So it is customizable. Suppose if I'm having a student, the first time I've applied design thinking process was when I was a student. One of my friend's friend who was in Navy, I mean, learning, he was in the Naval Academy. He was not happy with what he is doing or what he is, what everybody is forcing him to do. And then this friend of mine took me, I mean, it was having candid conversation. Then I asked him to do a small, tiny activity. And then from there, he quit Naval Academy. He joined a hotel management institute. He went on to study. Now he's working as a very successful leading chef in America. So design thinking literally helps us in customizing solutions. Yes, sir.
For me, design thinking is a human-centric problem-solving tool.
Yeah, that is actually the the definition. A human-centered iterative approach to solve problems. That is what design thinking is. And then over here, human-centered is the highlighter. And then rather I say that user-centered, right? It is not just human beings. We belong to the entire universe. We have the ecosystem is not just human beings. So this is what officially, this is how we define design thinking. Yes, ma'am.
Basically, I think all of us being counselors over here, we are practicing design thinking. It is just that we don't know because we are keeping the child and the student at the center rather than directly telling him that this is what you need to do. We ask him, we ask about his interest, and then we plan, ahead what is good for him and not.
Absolutely. Yes. And that is what the way Don Norman said. Design has been existing for the last 100+ years. It was not something which is being introduced all of a sudden. But it is like, let's say, we have COVID. We had COVID and we have COVID now, right? Until we named it, it was just like a fever, right? We all had COVID. We are naming it. We are identifying. Okay, that's not the normal viral fever. The symptoms are slightly different. The duration is different. The way they behave is different. But we are not generalizing. So right now we are modifying. Now the way 15 years back when I started my journey as a design student, human-centered design was not a big word. But right now when we teach, it is all about human-centered design. And now after practicing design for the last many years, I say that it is not just human-centered design. Let's say that it is user-centered design. Because what if I'm designing, what if I'm finding a solution to a cat or dog? Or even environmental issue. Trees are not human beings, right? So how can we, what is that formula what we can use is what? And then is it required that we need to have pen and paper? No, it is not. It is basically that you need to train our brain to function in this manner, right? And then that is what, the way ma'am said, understand them from their point of view. You need to empathize. And then this is only one single, this is the tool what we all require to solve problems. The rest of us, like, it is like more technical or more scientific. But let's say to solve problems, all you need is that you need to empathize. Now, as Don Norman said in the previous video, there are hundreds of tools in design thinking or to solve the problems. Let's say for brainstorming, there are for ideating, for defining. There are a lot of tools. Like one of them is being mind mapping, all of the tools, right? Or else thinking pad, or else crazy eyes, eight crazy eyes. But all of these are the the type of tools which we use to find solutions. But tools are like, this is like hammer and the nail we use. No, it is like we need to train our brain to function 360 degrees. Right? Suppose if you're facing a problem, how can we use it? It is like you're training your brain to think wisely from 360 degrees multiples. So for an example, there is one tool called Stamper, and then the S stands for substitute. Suppose if you're not having this, and then what is next? And then C stands for combine. Now, if not this, and then what if I do like this? Right? So, and then M stands for modify. And then I'm having this. What if I do like this? So this is how you train yourself by following these processes. But you have hundreds of tools. I suppose I distribute these printed. If I bring in a printed manual of design thinking or methods to solve problems. Is it like in the pen and paper? No, it is over here. We need to train. And then the first step to solve any problem, trust me, I can write it on any bond paper, you say, but if you use methodically this process, there is not even a single problem which you cannot solve holistically. And I highlight the word holistically. It is without conflict you will be able to solve. And you name any problem, okay? Any problem. And then the solution is not like you might not be able to solve all the problems, but you will have to collaborate with people or collaborative solutions. But you will be able to reach there by using this framework. And to that, the first thing we all have to just learn is empathize. Don't be an egoistic one. And then often we all do that mistake, being educators. We all do that mistake. I also do that mistake. Sometimes, even after practicing this for 15 years, sometimes there are these moments which triggers our ego, and then we go on that saying, how can you? That moment, all the practice, what I did for the last 15 years, it's over. That I raised. And then also, I'm not saying that you be the most student-centric, pamper the students. But half of the time, many of the students, of course, we have a lot of students, all of them share a lot of their school experiences when we are unlearning and then relearning a lot of process as a part of, our practice over here. A lot of experiences. Very recently, I was teaching, again, the BTech students, one girl. I did an activity with the student first day to, refresh. And I looked at her paper. I asked her that, what is the problem? I mean, it's all sadness, what I can say. What is that? And then I can say that this kid is putting a lot of pressure on her. I mean, a lot of social, peer group pressure, parents, and a lot of them. Then I asked her to meet in person. Like, same like Ria, this girl also exploded. The experiences from the schools she is carrying forward even now also. And then she puts a lot of pressure on her, pressurized by saying that mentally she says that she's not doing good. She needs to do more. So over here, if any of the mentors would have stepped into her level and understood her problem, that stress would have been in a different way, and then outcome would have been in a different, right? And then regular, after having regular conversations with her, now the last class, she thought happy, smile face. She was inside the class with them. I was very happy to give. I was very happy to see that I did nothing other than observe the page what I was teaching. That is the only thing what I did. And then for that, what do we need to do? We need to empathize. Define and ideate and prototype is not something which really what we need to do it, but being empathetic is the most beautiful creative technique what you can use inside the classroom. And then also I highlight doesn't mean that you be student centric all the time. Where we are supposed to punish, where we are supposed to uh, uh, get angry, all of that is required. But it shouldn't be on your ego like you are becoming angry just because you questioned me. And it's a very experience what I experienced once while giving a lecture, and another faculty was also, faculty at no, the speaker was giving session. The girl from the audience asked, "How do you define creativity?" And then the speaker didn't have answer. He immediately raised his voice. The temper changed, questioned back, and then there was a heat of moment. And then that is exactly something which I've learned from my father. He used to teach English. He never considered he knows English from A to Z completely. I've seen him. Today he is 75. Even today, if he doesn't know, he says that I'll check and let him. There is nothing wrong in accepting that I don't know. If I don't know, I don't know. But I have the room to learn. And I can help. And then that is something sometimes, not most of the time, sometimes an element what we miss inside the classroom. And we all had such teachers also. We all had. It's not like we all had all good teachers. I am being a designer or an artist today because of my teacher. At the same time, I also lost a creative project because of my teacher. Right? My kindergarten teacher identified that, okay, Rahul, you can paint. My parents didn't know that I can paint. It was my kindergarten teacher, her name was Sugandhi. She told me that, okay, go for this. She got me paid. My parents didn't know that I'm going for the competition. I won third prize, and then I came. And then that's how they got to know that, okay, I am a creative person. And at the same time, I also have a mentor. I'm also in touch with the person even now also. But one tiny mistake, it is still there in me that I lost that project, which was done by both, right? So that is something as educators we need to be conscious. And then I would love to take the words of my mother. She always says that a poor teacher teaches. An average teacher, I thought a lot of smile, I thought you guys also used to think. An average teacher explains, and a good teacher demonstrates, and a best teacher inspires. And then ever since I heard this from her, I've seen her, I think it's her students buy more sarees than us. every vacation she gets a lot of sarees for students visiting, and then we hardly buy sarees for her daily. When I was a student, I've seen them bringing veggies to my home. And then I always wanted to be that inspiring teacher who will transform my students' life. And then to an extent, I've been able to do that. And very big thanks to design that I started applying this technique inside the classroom. And then that has been a transformative journey for me as a teacher. And then the final concluding note, School of Design. Right? Did I cross the line of time?
Yeah, kind of, but we started also late, very late, so that's fine.
As a concluding note, School of Design, and that is exactly how we are transforming the life of creative students over here. The way John Norman said in the beginning, understanding the root cause and identifying the problem. When we started building the school, the cap of our school is we have only 25 seats per specialization. We don't want hundreds and hundreds of students in one specialization because the way ma'am said, one is attention span of the students. Second thing is we don't get time with the students one-to-one time. We won't be able to curate the experience, customize the solutions for our students. Therefore, we decided we will only go with 25 students per specialization. Even if it is one student extra, we decided that we will not do. And that philosophy of, one core, we're very, very stern on that fact that we will not dilute that fact of it. No 25 plus students. And, sorry. Give me some more time, so I'll also introduce my school and then so that you have, School of Design at Universal AI. We have our degree is called Leaders with AI. And we have 4 specializations: fashion design, communication design, strategic design management, and product design. So strategic design management, something which is like very not really common to Indian educational system. We are one of those few universities countable, let's say maybe second or third university who is offering a BDes degree in strategic design management. That means a full-time BDes degree. The subject is included as one subject in many universities have it as a one paper for many other specializations. But we have introduced by understanding one problem that many of us are creative, but many of us, we are not interested in creating. But we also would love to be in the creative field. And that is exactly where some of us are having very good mind for business. But at the same time, I don't want to do a conventional business. Or I'm good at thinking, I'm good at strategizing, or I'm good at being a team player, but I don't want to be an engineer, I don't want to be a doctor. And such students who are creative, who are good at managing, who are so much into strategizing, at the same time who are also into, creative, who are very much a creative person, strategic design management is something very suitable. And then, of course, in the world of design education, the rest 3 are very common 3 specialization. Fashion is like every nook and corner we have fashion. I sometimes feel sad to say that I have fashion design degree because my 4 years degree and then the 3-week degree, all of us call fashion designers. I'm like, why did I waste my 4 years in doing this course? Right? And communication design, mother of design. This is something everybody should learn. And then product design, of course, we know that. Admission process, like many other institutes, we also have portfolio as a mandatory, element. But for us, portfolio is a serious matter. And it is not just for the sake of it. This year, we started the whole process very late, but I proudly say that we had 8,000 leads, but out of 8,000, we shortlisted 17 applications, and out of 17 applications, so far we have 3 confirmed admissions and 4 in pipeline. So the rejections, if you look at it, even though we have started very late, we are desperately in need of students if you look at it from a business perspective, but from an education perspective, we don't want anybody like who are like, who will not be able to do it. So we're looking for really good candidates who are really enthusiastic and determined for design, and then those are our students. And then another fact, we very proudly say is our faculties. All our faculties are from, so far, if you will look at it, all are from either any of the design departments of IIT, IIT, IIT Bombay, or any DODs of IIT, and then NIFTs and NIT. So this is how School of Design, and then this is what we do. And then our, since you are in Universal AI, AI is an integral part of our, so therefore for design as well. Yes. So during the admission process, if they have appeared for any national entrance test by either IITs or NIDs or NIFT, we are giving a leverage that okay, they have worked. It's just that they couldn't score, and then we don't want them to appear for our entrance exam again. But with that score plus portfolio is what assessment happens. That single score will not give the entry to the department. We look at the portfolio, bare minimum 15 to 16 pages, bare minimum. I think this year I had one student with 250 pages of illustration. 250, and I'm not doing. And I have to see everything online. Like, but 250 I cannot say no. So yes. Right. Absolutely. So it is like 12 hours, 50% bare minimum. Any field. Yes.
UC the exam, the ones who appear for UC the exam are the
Yes. You say this for IIT, right? Yeah. Absolutely. So communication design, if you will, as I said, communication design is the mother of design. And why do we say it is the mother of design? Because you take any field, there is not even a single industry where a communication designer is not required. So be it in the form of motion or static, or let's say a very simple example, right? A very simple one. We have this water bottle. I produced it, right? Now, how will I bring it to the market where I communicate with my audience, right? One of the aspects. So we have animation one side, we have film one side, we have advertising. But you take any form of this audio visual communication, it all comes under communication. So, and that's why we always say that it is the mother of design. Like even fashion, you take, it is communication design, right? Sorry. No, it is not just marketing. For example, we have subjects like animation design. We have subjects like film appreciation. Sani, would you please help me? I'm not the specialized one over here. He is the specialized one.
So, in communication design, photography, filmmaking, animation, illustration, storytelling, graphic design, even you can do fashion design, product design. So it is all about it. You are creating mediums, or you are creating things to communicate. So these are the sources to communicate. You are communicating through your creativity. So that is the basic explanation. It is a huge umbrella. You can do because I remember when I was doing my project when I was 96 masters. So one of my classmates did his complete project on weaving. So he had a small loom in our workshop, and it created loom fabric, and through which he did the storytelling. So the medium what he created to tell stories is the weaving or the fabric. So that is the way you look at the different ways of telling or communicating.
Can we ask
So that is
people
something.
online have any questions?
Sorry.
Okay.
There is nothing like the person has to have a science background and right on to March background.
Oh, yeah, we have 85 people today.
And
The audience is much
I had
more than
many
yesterday.
classmates who had done their engineering and they were pursuing.
Oh, we touched 90 also.
So many
Ah,
people.
but 85 is a good, because when I saw
So
yesterday
having
2-3
that
times,
creative
can you ask
side
people who are online, type it
then
out?
that they wanted
That
to
anybody have any
explore, so
questions?
they went for masters. And many of the professors, they come from different backgrounds. They were not having design background. So all our specializations are 4 years. The first year is the foundation year where you learn all the basics of design.
And then the student is also, suppose the student, XYZ student, appeared for fashion design. After learning, after completing first year, it happens more, I mean, we had multiple instances.
Yeah, they might change their
They change, yes. After learning first year, they understand that, okay, fashion was my understanding, but I love doing communication design. Let's say for an example, when fashion was literally my, I love fashion. I love to see you, I love to give suggestions, etc., etc. But when I look at it, I feel I should have done fashion communication. There is another segment, right? Where we are bringing in the communication design elements in fashion. Now, I'm good at construction, doing designing and everything. But what I love doing is, okay, do the communication aspect of it, starting from print media and all of that, and photography and all of that, even styling someone. Suppose if I'm having, let's say, Sunny, and then, and by analyzing him, I can suggest, okay, what is, as per whatever the need is, like, this is what is good, and to understand what is fashion style. So that is what, when I was a student, that liberty wasn't there. Right, and that is exactly what we did. You take the selection, you finalize the specialization after 1 year. Once you understood, learned what is design, then you select. Yeah. Right now. Yeah, right now it is a degree course, a bachelor's degree course, and then we don't have short courses. Yes, diploma. Yes. 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 Now giving me very serious teacher, right, She did it like this. I need to remember me one of my teacher who used to use this all the time. Sorry.
Coming from the design
Art and design background,
Yes.
right? But today's generation, one good part is all of us understand what how to do and all of that. The only thing is, as an educator or a parent, what you have to do is look at the portfolio, how why presentable is the work presentable. We are not saying that if you are a design student, you have to bring in illustrations, only illustrations and painting. Even if the student is good at painting, at the same time the student is good at writing, that is also considered, because we cannot eliminate that aspect, as that student should be able to express his or her ideas in whichever the medium it can be, right? So try to have a balance of visuals and thanks to the modern technology, audios can also come, videos also can come, and then if it can be writing. The purpose of portfolio is that we need to understand the candidate, right? What is the creative aspects of it, and then how, and then most of the time, many students also go for coaching, and then that also helps. If the students are not going for coaching, and then we are also planning a lot.
Yeah, in fact, I was about to say that in your session list, there is a session on portfolio building. So if your school, I mean, for the IC3 cohort wants to have a session specific just for the students who are interested in design on whether this is the right career for me or not, or how to make a portfolio in general, Rahul and Sunny will be available to do sessions. Online, offline, that of course we can take it up later. But yeah, such sessions will be organized by the team. Online. And if the student wants to showcase some portrait or painting and all that.
So, what they can do is, they can create a portfolio in PDF format, if it is like, anything not audio or video. And then they can send it to us, and then, the rest of the things, like, let's say audio or video, they can share a link, Google, Drive or anything. Yes.
And one more thing is, when you say AI, so how do you your design change?
So AI, for an example, we are in conversations with an Italian company. One of the very, I think we might be second or third or fourth, and the one who is using their software. So the software is actually AI integrated, one of the examples. In such a way, we are having a couple of options. And rather than this, we are also approaching AI as a collaborator, not like tools. So we are having AI faculty over here. They will be giving, teaching them the AI aspects of it, along with many design tools and techniques. And then practical approach towards, with an example, I say, begin the fashion as an example. Towards the end of fourth year, they have to develop their portfolio, final collection. Now, the biggest challenge as a fashion styling faculty, what I face is, I give sessions by calling photographers, videographers, give all the sessions and everything. But at the end of 6 months of training also, students are not well equipped to understand from where the light should fall on the model. And that is exactly where an AI can, within prompt, what a very mere example, the tiniest example, what students can incorporate, or else from the tiniest one to a complex one. Now I have an idea that this is how the collection has to be, and then how will I visualize it, right? After doing painting and everything, of course, certain textures we won't be able to understand or visualize, keep it as a part of our journey. So over there also, AI is being a wonderful collaborator that which reduces the time, but at the same time it gives you a better output. But we are also not looking at that AI will do everything for you. That we are not looking. Everything you will have to do the way conventionally we learn design. But AI is a collaborator. Let's say a group project we do, and then we have two people working in that group, and the second person is AI. Yes.
You answer the thing on subject requirements, there's online. You can speak it up if not answered yet. People are hearing that. You can speak it up otherwise.
Is there any subject requirements?
Yeah, someone has just asked this.
No, there is no subject requirements as of like you have to do art or design or anything. We are open for any specialization.
Yeah. Students from any stream can apply.
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
And eligibility. So entrance and interview.
Yes.
Yeah. So can you speak the entrance and interview part?
Do we have a question?
Yeah.
Okay. So eligibility is that 12th pass with the minimum 50%, and what is the next?
Entry condition. So there is an entrance and an interview, which is mandatory. If a student has given any nationalized entrance test like UC, NIFT or any other, we do accept that forms. Otherwise, we have our own entrance test and followed by an interview. Interview will happen online with one of the faculties, and they have to present their portfolio in the interview. So portfolio is a mandate as an eligibility criteria for all the design applicants. I think this answers both the things, yes. Entry conditions, we've just answered. Anyone who's in 11th or 12th can apply. There's an entrance and an interview. Thank you. I think we've covered.
I have a question.
Yes. The most awaited one.
Are the students made to select their specialization right at the onset when they are applying? Or they select it after the foundation year?
After the foundation. So, that's what I was saying in the, sometime before. We all have, we all have the change in interest once you understand the, foundation of any subject.
Correct.
And that is most seen in design, that you learn about design and then all of a sudden the student realizes that this is not the specialization what we want, what I want. So during the admission process, application process, you select any of your interests. And then after learning, you can select, like, there is a criteria, it's not like all the students say that I want to do fashion or I want to do communication. But we assess throughout the 1 year, how the students appear, and then based on the assessment, the student is having the liberty to select whichever the specialization.
So is it like based on the percentage of your foundation score, you get the specialization, or
No, not based on the foundation score, but
based on your assessment of the?
yes, the talent. Not based on the numerics, but based on the history.
I think design is not about numbers.
Yeah.
That's my understanding,
And we also don't.
It's not a number program, where you have a set percentage. It is your portfolio which actually describes you as a person, what you like doing. That's more like a talent than numbers, really.
And we also have no exam
Yeah,
in design.
yes, no exams.
No exam, it's only the continuous
And
evaluation.
100% experiential learning.
Absolutely.
Yeah, 100%.
Without that, we can't learn design.
Yeah.
I can't teach design with A plus B the whole square. I can't teach design.
That's why when you look at the campus, there was no table chairs. They were all empty halls.
No, that is something which is very. That's again, mathematics is something which I ran away from it, and it's
But last
don't
question.
continue.
Okay. Last question, ma'am, please. Last, okay, because next speaker is waiting and.
First, it's all about the admission criteria, what is the, placement criteria, because how many place and which brands or companies are coming for this.
We're starting our, this is our first year.
Okay.
But this is the first year at Universal AI. All our faculties are coming from the biggest alma mater of the bank, right? So we are also practicing design. When I am teaching, I also run two labels, right? All our faculties are practicing.
You are giving them the practical.
Yeah.
The first year,
Absolutely.
have they gone to some place?
No, we are about to start.
This is our first batch, ma'am.
First
First
time.
batch.
So on Thursday, our first time on design to join us.
Oh.
So yes. So this is our newest baby. So this is what we just launched.
It's a long way.
But placement is always, I say that it's a 50-50. We bring in our 100% without any failure. That's my word. That it's also not like just startups where we are aiming, right? That is where we proudly say that we belong to the biggest alma mater of our country. Let's take any of the design spectrum. There is not even a single alumni, you take any of the industries, like either it is IITs or NIDs or NIFTs, you get to see. And that's the biggest data bank what we are having. We just have to drop in an alma mater, right? That is of course there. But it doesn't mean that because that student is Rahul's or Sunny's or any faculty student or School of Design at Universal AI student will be able to place this student. We will bring in our 100%, but in conversion, it goes to 50%. Why? Because the other 50% comes from this. So then it is 100% place. But no, I'll assure that placement, we are not like, we are not aiming towards that.
In fact, last year we had 232 companies on campus for placements. So every year we get 200 plus companies on the campus and 200 plus guest lectures. Plus, I don't know if we ever get a chance to mention this or not. We are one of those only universities in entire Asia where we have 60 CEOs on our board. So so along with Tarun, we have 60 CEOs, who are supporting in terms of, making sure that the curriculum is upskill, there are placements happening, and things like that. So that board is not just run by one person. The board has 60 CEOs from all different sectors. So that actually helps us as an overall university. So when we say placements, it's not just for one school, it is for university as a whole. And in that, we have a legacy of 12 years. Yeah, last one, yeah, please come. When we say, AI coming, already. Most of the jobs will be taken up by especially for the communication design. I understand product design and fashion design. But for the communication design, AI is generating everything like, the images, the advertisement, and all. So how could we, when we are saying our students, especially with the context of the counselor. So I want some insight from you, saying like how do we, tell students like this will not, how the future is for communication design, especially on the outside.
Okay, to support this, context, if you look at the forecast of World Economic Forum, creativity is the highest, right? Required skill set. Now, artificial intelligence is also there. Right, that is like something which is going to be like, let's say, it is a magic skill that you also have after a point, like 2030. You all should know that what is AI, and how to incorporate whatever that is. But in creative field, rightly said by my professor, that once I was having conversation, very weak, he rightly said, artificial intelligence are required right now, we lack it. Right? But at the same time, it cannot work without that. So it's like a parallel journey. So a communication designer, let's say a packaging designer. There is, after all, it's a yes, exactly. After all, it has to be done by us, and then inspect whatever the tool or whatever the mechanism is there. And then we take that journey. It's not like it will take everything. Let's say marketing for that matter, Elon Musk was saying that marketing, they are going to take care. But creativity, you will never have, because it's my creativity. No machine can understand what it's like. For that, we'll have to develop something over there. Then it is. But at least for the next 10, 15 years, I don't think it's a bet for us. So we are
AI is just
for
a
you.
tool.
So this is the collaborate
We are the feeders. How are we feeding? What are we feeding? That is up to us. That is again the creative way. Like, the way you can use AI, I might be having a different way to use. Yeah. So it is all about your
collaborate.
creativity cannot be taken by anyone. It is all about like, how much you are enhancing yourself, how much you are updating yourself when it comes to the.
Thank you so much.
I know that this question was like, been going on since the AI has come in picture, like, people are saying everywhere that like, it will take the jobs and all that thing. It is just not.
Random person, the prompt and the images.
No, but those are, again, if you see the images are random. If you really want something very much particular, try doing it. You will have to have certain way to.
And it is also one of the aspects of AI. AI is having, it is the more deep domain altogether, right? So that is where we're not just looking at it as a tool and then we'll do wonders and then you can sit back and then AI will do it. No, like that. So we also have our expert,
Yeah.
so he will also.
I just want to add one line. See, the mistake what we do is we use AI as autopilot. We should use AI as co-pilot.
That's beautiful. Thank you so much. It's been very nice. My butterflies have gone.
Hello,
Yes.
can you hear us?
Yes. Hi.
Hi, we actually had questions online. If you can just take Miss Anila's one last question.
Okay. What career options can the students look for?
No. Hello, Rahul sir, this is Anila here.
Hi,
Just
Anil.
a question.
Yes.
I just wanted to ask that since you are in the creative field and you come from very premier institutions, is there any advice that you want to give to children who are creative career options,
Okay.
where they certain challenges that you have faced and you would want to tell them that this is something on the way and they should be prepared for it.
Thank you so much. Rightly, the way you said, I've been very privileged. And then I also didn't face difficulties in finding career opportunities. And I say this thing to every students of mine that today, if I decide to quit uh, the job at Universal AI, and I can vouch on that tomorrow, in 3 days, I'll get placed. So that is because I've been able to develop me to that level because one thing, following the process, right? During the journey, follow the process, it's a collaborative, immersive journey with the mentor and then the mentee. Follow the process and then build a good portfolio and then understand what is your potential and then accordingly curate it. The whole career opportunities. I had a immediate senior of mine. She was a doctor by profession. Then she came to learn design as master's program. And then afterwards, she went to industry and a company custom made a position for her by looking at her portfolio. So that also happens in the industry.
Same here, like when I was studying at IDC, I had many engineers. They had left their jobs and they were there for learning design. And one of them is a well-known animator now, and he is a professor at IDC. So it is all about, it is a journey that you will explore, you will you will realize this is what I can.
Yeah.
So it's not necessary. There are many career options now.
So the one single tiny piece of advice to all the students is that be very observant. That's what makes you a better designer, right? Inculcate that skill to observe. That is the only way we can.
Observation is very.
Yes, that is the only tiniest advice I have for the young kids out there. That be a good observant. And then, as man said, attention span, work on attention span also, right? Because briefing comes, understand the person who is sitting in front of you. And then also be very determined. I always say, if you listen to my videos about School of Design, we say that we eat design, breathe design, this is what we are. There is no life out, other than design. You have to be in that completely. You have to be like 24 hours, 365 days. It's only design. And then that is when then there is no scarcity, for opportunities. And then industries are growing every day. Like 10 years back, we had 50, let's say 50 industries, and then we have 150 now. Right? That's how opportunities are growing. And then those lack of opportunities are those who are not well equipped with skill sets, right? And after all, it's a creative field, so work on skill sets, improvise it, and then make it a personalized journey.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And thank you so much. I've taken a lot of time. So sorry for that. But thank you very much. And it's been a very good audience.
And best wishes for the new one.
Thank you.
And thank you for the wonderful session.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Thank you so much. Oh, you can. You can.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Our next session promises to be both inspiring and strategic. We are thrilled to have Mr. Shreyas Nambiar, our Chief Business Officer, here to speak on the interconnected themes of innovation, leadership, and building opportunities. Mr. Shreyas is a dynamic leader with over 27 years of rich experience in corporate strategy, academia, and technology led innovation. He currently serves as the COO of Universal AI Technologies and CTO at Universal AI University, where he spearheads transformative initiatives in AI, digital transformation, and education. A serial entrepreneur and the founder of FAMS Design Solutions, Mr. Shreyas is known for his work in establishing offshore campuses for global universities and helping MSMEs grow through simplified technology solutions. He is described as a trusted advisor and change maker in the AI and education sector, possessing a rare blend of empathy, strategic acumen, and executional excellence that allows him to empower teams, scale impacts, and deliver results. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Shreyas Nandi.
Very good afternoon. We have a long day till now. We're waiting for the lunch.
No, we started
So-
also late.
We started on-
Yeah, we started late.
Okay, correct. It might be tiring also. So you can have 2 extra naan or chapati. How many of you are seeing me for the first time? Acha, let me ask the other way. How many of you have met me before? 1, 2, 3. We had a session with each other, or it's just like a chit chat? Chit chat, right? Fine. Okay, very good afternoon. Please welcome to Universal AI University. And you had already done this AI tool session yesterday, right? So I don't want to harp much upon that. So if you can be more, interactive, if you can tell me what all difficulties and roadblocks you face on a day-to-day life, so that I can try to give you a, probable solutions for that. In case if it is there, then I can be more helpful and we can use the next 15-30 minutes in a most constructive way. You're all with me on that? Okay, before that, if I can ask you to rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10 on the understanding of AI, the domain, the technology, something to do with emerging tech. 10 out of 10? 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 5, 4. No, okay. On an average, we are somewhere around 4 to 5. That's what you understand? Super. Okay. So my examples also will be like that. Okay. Okay. You want to ask questions? You want to start off? Yes. Yeah. I know.
Yesterday also we had a question for sir related to our students who started using AI to write their essays or assignments. And then we obviously put it into Turnitin, and all the universities also have their methods of getting to know how much it is plagiarized. So how do we draw a line as we ourselves are on the range of 3, 1, 2, 3, 4? We also don't know how to guide them. So if you can tell very easy, simple few steps, how we can help them that they can use it, but they should not, it should not come, it should not become a hindrance towards their application or assignments.
It's a very big question, but I cannot finish it in 1 or 2 lines. I want to explain you a bit of a background so that you understand where I am coming from and what solution I'm trying to give you. See, normally what happens is all these GPTs, it's called GPTs, Chat GPT, Claude, Perplexity, Gemini, Grok, Microsoft Copilot. These are all different GPTs. We all heard about all these things, right? Good. So we jump from one to another once we finish the tokens or expire the, daily usage, right? You know about all this. See, what happens is all these GPTs have a high tendency of hallucinating. Do you understand this terminology called hallucinating? It can lie as good as we can lie. Okay. So sometimes what happens is, in case if you are writing or researching on a topic, might be end of the day you get to see such a beautifully constructed word and paragraph that you start believing it. And then it also gives you a citation too, telling this has come from this particular book, from this particular page and this particular line. So you get to believe it more. But there will be no book like that. There will be no page like that, and there will be no line written by it. And author itself is some author, which is not existing at all. So this you have to make them understand that this is the biggest problem when ChatGPT gives you a blatant lie, and you do a Control C, Control V, and gives it to us. So here there is no learning at all. They are just trying to whitewash the thing and then give it to us, right? So this understanding has to be there that I cannot believe any output vomited by ChatGPT or any other GPTs for that matter. So once they understand this, then they will take it seriously. Okay. But nowadays there are different tools which you should be telling them that don't use these generic tools. I will show you one mother of all AI tools if you want. Okay. I have tried and tested around 400, 500 tools, but I then narrow down to few tools which are the best. No, yesterday you had the best. I'll give you one more tool. Okay. So what happens here is it actually works only in that environment or only in that sandbox. You understand sandbox? You cannot go beyond that. So in case if you are giving 5 files, it will refer and discuss and give you output only from those 5 files. It will not go outside and be creative of let me search something more on the internet. No, please, you are not supposed to do that. That's what you are instructing the GPT. Stick to this file and answer to me only from these 5 files. That helps. Okay. So this is to be happening because normally what happens if you use any GPT that directly jumps into the internet, tries to be very creative because that is what it is supposed to do. And that creativity kills the whole, genuineness of that sometimes. I'll let you know that. But to answer to that question which you asked, how to handle them, this is one thing you should, you should tell them, you should educate them, this is not possible and don't do that. You cannot never stop students from using that because by default they will be doing that. We ourselves are doing that. See what happens is, in case if we would have taken a weeks or months time to research, it is happening in days or even hours. So you might as well use that extra time which you have to learn from those things. You make them understand that go through it once, find out whether it is, properly cited. Did you understand it or not? And give them a, homework or sit with them and try to do a viva voice, so that you understand that they have read it through at least. You are at a better starting point. Otherwise, you would have been without AI tools, isn't it? We all did our PhDs when we had to go to the libraries and wait for the books to be, if that book is already booked, you have to wait for that person to come back and give that book. That was the time which we did, right? So this is all things which you should be taking care of. Yeah. Any other question? Yeah. No, it's okay. It's okay.
Now, the present scenario we're talking about computer science engineering. Okay, we are having different lines like computer science A, specialization A, specialization and robotics, all these. What is the difference between how to suggest a student what is best and what is not? So many people are coming and talking about all these things. Because in the engineering sector, there are so many more than not in the computer science. So how to guide different things?
See, this is a challenge everywhere. Okay. And we being counselors, we are the one looked upon, right? That ma'am ne bola to barabari hoga. And then you see, for that, I was actually discussing with one of, we had the government of Maharashtra, around 70 plus people last 3 days here. So we were discussing on all those things, and one of these questions was the same thing from their domain point of view. See, the problem here is we ourselves don't know what is happening. Let us accept the fact. Okay. So world is changing so much. There is so much of options available there. So we need to be one up to even counsel or advise someone, right? That homework we definitely have to do. AI will help you to do that 10x faster. That is what I understand. Okay. And in case if you are thinking that this student has got this capability, how do you find out that capability? That is a challenge. he might want to do astronomical engineering or something like that. But he might not have, he's very bad at physics. He's very bad at statistics. Numbers is not his domain. Then you should immediately tell him, boss, wrong decision. So you have to go one step back and try to understand his background. You have to even go towards his, primary, might be secondary, and understand what was his, learning curve. Where did he fall? Where did he make a good, uh, outcome of some of his subjects? So that will actually help us. This is something which all counselors should do to understand that this particular domain which you are going to cater to or aspiring should require this minimum requirements. If you are not good at math, if you are not good at statistics, if you are not good at physics, and then comes, let me tell you, quantum physics. You know good at quantum physics. So nowadays, every new domain which comes under astronomy and even quantum computing needs quantum physics. So you should know these things to explain the students. Otherwise, how will you explain them? So you have to be prepared. You have to do your homework, and it has to start from, have you know genomics? Genes, studying the genes. Okay, there is a startup which actually studies the genes of a newborn baby and advises the parent that what career it should take. That is where AI has gone. Okay, so upskill yourself in all these things. I gave you a food for thought, sir. Now it's upon your creativity. Yeah.
Do you have any suggestions for ways which we could help students understand to not immediately trust the output of ChatGPT?
They have to fall on their face. See, it is all self learning, man. Unless and until you face it and go through that, you will not come to know, because they will not even believe you that ChatGPT can tell anything wrong to unless and until they feel it themselves. So might as well give some examples. You show them that this is what I have asked for and this is what is given, and it is telling me Stephen Hawking's found out more about the coral reefs when he never saw coral reefs. He was talking all about the universe, space. So that is something which you will have to do, ma'am, because there is no shortcut. Yes. Any other questions? Okay. In the last 2 days, you would have known that the best way to interact with AI is prompt, right? So how do you know that this is the best prompt I have given to any GPT, whichever is your favorite GPT? What is your favorite GPT? Chat GPT? After that, Perplexity, Grok, Claude, CLATE. Yeah, good. How many of you are having Airtel numbers, Airtel phones? Very good. Perplexity has given you, 1 year free pro version, right? Those who have not taken, please subscribe it. Get it free. 70,000 bachya. So, coming back to my question. How will you know that your prompt is the best prompt? See, normally what happens, we all use free version of the prompts, free version of the GPT. So we always end up iterating, this is the answer, it has come. Then you again ask a question. Then again that's an answer. Then again you ask a question. Then again you answer. I forgot this. I should have asked in the first stage itself. So that my other 2 iteration wouldn't have gone lost. I forgot that I didn't mention the audience. You mentioned your problem statement, but did you mention your audience? See, it all depends upon your prompt. Garbage in, garbage out, isn't it? So if you are not asking the right question, don't blame GPTs for that. Okay. So who is, there's a profile called prompt engineers. Have you heard of that? Yeah. What do they do? Appropriate prompt. Do you want a prompt engineer sitting with you? Yeah? You yourself can become one. What's a good thing, man? Huh? Rajni. Tell me anybody here can tell Rajni is hungry or not? Who will tell Rajni is hungry or not? Rajni herself. Are you getting me what I'm saying? So who will tell you this prompt is the best for me? ChatGPT itself. Did you ever think from that mindset? So the best way to start with your prompt is, whenever you write your problem statement, don't hit an enter. Don't hit a enter. Enter means you directly ask it to start working on your prompt, right? What you do, you press shift enter. What does shift enter do? What does shift enter do? It goes to the next line. Okay? And then you put a delimiter. Delimiter means dash, dash, dash. Okay? Go to the next line. It's called delimiter. In coding words, it's called delimiter. Delimiter means don't concentrate on this line. Anything written after the delimiter is the one which ChatGPT will pick up first. If I ask the question, how to counsel a student who is asking me whether I have to join CS in AI, ML or computer science or whatever, what sir was asking. Just a rubbish example. But as soon as I press enter, it starts acting. I don't want it to act on that. I told shift enter, dash, dash, dash. And the next line I will ask, please help me to make the above prompt better. Please feel free to add any point which I would have otherwise missed to mention in the prompt to make the output from you more impactful and best suited to my requirements. You be creative in that writing. You counselors are too good in that, right? How to write and how to convince people. So you have to convince ChatGPT that you should give me the best prompt which I can prompt you, so that I don't waste my time iterating with you. The dialogue bazi khatam hona chahiye. First question and the answer should be what you expected. Now ChatGPT is also egoistic. Yeah. If it can lie to you, then it will never tell you, I don't know this answer. It will give you something rubbish, but it will give it to you. That's called hallucination. Right? It's taught like that. So here what happens? ChatGPT will make sure it understands your requirement, and it will also give you that one line prompt into a 500 words prompt. Try it yourself. You will come to know what I'm saying. Now, most of you are not having your laptops right now. Otherwise, we would have done a live workshop here. Okay. This works beautifully.
We have it online.
This is why I didn't start my PPT. PPTs are boring, isn't it? This is something which you will be using. Yeah.
Write their novels or creative things. And sometimes I feel those students, those who are writing novels, and because I'm an English teacher, but their writing skills are not good when I'm asking some questions in the exams. So it seems to be, kind of thinking how they have to written a book when they're not able to write good things in there. But they already got it. That is great. So which platform they're using? Point of view.
That is the best prompt. The prompt which they give is very important. The way they utilize it. Yeah. I'll just show it to you. Okay. Can we do a live case study? Any problem area which one of you are working recently which you want me to work on? Sure. Let's start with that. I'll share my entire screen. Can you see this?
Yeah.
How many of you are seeing the screen for the first time?
Oh.
Okay. Let's do a live case study so that we understand what we are talking about. Come on. Yeah. You can do it on your phone also. No issues. It is the one and the same.
You want me to work on a problem statement of yours?
Any example? Any example?
Any example to help me, no? Help me. Tell me the question.
Sentence plan on any subject. Having smart goals to look taxonomy, something all the expenses.
Please help me to you write please, right?
Yeah, always. I always.
You know why you have to write please? You know the ASI is coming. You know the Terminator, the film Terminator.
I'm not seeing.
Somebody coming from the future back, you know.
Yeah.
If ASI comes to you, it will be very gentle to you. If you are always please.
Please. Help me to create lesson plan using Bloom's taxonomy.
Taxonomy. On
Letter writing. You can give me
letter writing.
for students of class 7.
Or class.
Class 11.
And now you hit an enter. That's what you normally do,
Yeah.
right? But don't do that.
Okay.
Okay. So what you should be doing is, hey, can everybody see this?
Yes, yes, yes.
So I hit a shift enter. Shift enter, you know, it takes me to the next line.
Yes.
Then this is what I was talking, delimiter. Dash, dash, dash. In coding language, these are called delimiters. That means that read and focus on this line first. That's what I am intending ChatGPT to do. Otherwise, it will read my first line and start acting. But this is what I want to do. So what should I tell it now? Please help me make my above prompt better and impactful so that I get the answer, I get the perfect answer. I have a very broken English. You can do whatever you want. You get the perfect answer in the first iteration itself. Okay. Feel free to any points which I would have missed to make this book better. Or I can write any points down to add. First, please feel free to understand see what I have written. Please help me make my above prompt better and impactful so that I get the perfect answer in the first iteration itself. Feel free to understand my requirement and add any points which I would have missed to make this above prompt better. Chalta na? You understood? Yeah. ChatGPT also understood. Please make sure that you don't make any spelling mistake. Because sometimes what happens, the context changes, you know. Even though there is a wrong spelling, it might infer as something else. Okay, so now press enter. That one liner of mine, see what it will do.
Okay. I just wrote one line and see how ChatGPT has responded. Okay. So what is the refined prompt? Create a detailed lesson plan for teaching letter writing to class level students structured under the Bloom's taxonomy. The lesson plan should cover all levels of Bloom's taxonomy. Remember, understand, apply, analyze, evaluate, create. Because we think that ChatGPT knows everything, so we just leave it to that. Let us be very specific with clear and measurable learning objectives, teaching strategies and student activities of for each level. Please include the following in the output: lesson title, duration, lesson objectives, instructional activities, student activities, assessment and evaluation, differentiation. You have to spend so much of time so that you can make this as your first prompt. Now you started with that one liner. Your answer would have been also like that. Now, do you think that this question which you asked, ChatGPT will not give you a good output? Definitely yes, isn't it? So your dialogue and iteration will reduce, and you save on the tokens, and you will not run out of your daily limits. Are you all with me? Now the most important thing, ChatGPT remembers the context. How did I start this dialogue? By asking it to create a better prompt for me. That was my first intention. So don't continue in the same thread. Otherwise you will mess it up. Because ChatGPT thinks that everything you write is to make the prompt better. So don't do that. So this is the learning curve which I have gone through. I'm cutting short your learning curve. Okay, so what do? You copy only that particular prompt. From here. To here. And open a new one. Then paste it here. Now it's your own prompt. Are you with me? This is the best way to use it. Yeah. So you got the idea, right? That is the jugaad which we say in Indian language. Use ChatGPT to create your prompt and go to any of your GPTs to work on that. Okay. So now when I'm creating this prompt, you can also write that I am creating a prompt for gamma. I am creating a prompt for napkin. I am creating a prompt for mid journey. I am creating a prompt for in video where I am making a Steven Spielberg movie. You know what happens? Steven Spielberg's team uses a specialized camera, and the whole world knows it because white papers are written on it. Okay, so I don't even know the make of it and the technicalities of that camera. Okay, now when I'm asking ChatGPT to give me a prompt which I can give it to an AI tool which makes video, it will first describe a 500 words detail about the camera itself. Are you all with me? Rahul was talking about a prompt, right? When he was talking about the prompt which was given for the design. So when I want the AI to shoot that scene with that particular camera which Steven Spielberg used, the output will be definitely right? Are you understand what I'm trying to say? Yes or no? Are you all hungry? Okay, so you do this. So you will feel it out. Any other question? Yeah, I talked about this is the best way to do this. And you can use it in any chat GPT, any GPTs. Sir? Oh, please, sir, please.
So recently, while checking the LinkedIn, I to read one news that from Sweden, all the digital tools like laptops and smartphones and mobile are removed from elementary classes. They are claiming that AI is causing the degeneration in human brain development. So here in India, we are actually focusing on AI. So it causes little confusion.
Yes. about the perspective, how you look at things. Okay, this is something different he's asking, but it's a very important question. You know, Universal AI University have tied up with the government of Qatar. You know Qatar, right? And we are going to design there and inculcate AI curriculum from KG to PG. They're very Qatar and all UAE and all these people. They are very what you can say closed. They don't now they are opening up. UAE has opened up. All these Middle East countries are opening up. So they are thinking that they should implement from KG to PG. Okay, so it's all upon how your perspective towards it is. But I will tell you, in case you might have read a line in Bhupendra's presentation yesterday, right? AI is going to take your jobs to the next level. So the mindset changes. That is all about your mindset. We always hear your students come and tell you, AI is going to take my job, AI is going to take my job, AI is going to take my job. Yes, you should tell them AI is definitely going to take your job to the next level. See, the whole mindset will change. Okay? You cannot, so there is always a both sides of the coin, right? Pros and the cons. If the pros outweigh the cons, it should definitely be implemented. If the cons are more, then have a second thought. Yeah. But I don't think it degenerates your human brain and stuff like that. You can use how to use AI itself is a big challenge. See, the last 2 days, your brains have degenerated or grown. See, it's a simple example. NVIDIA chief was telling, in case if a company is making a lot of profit, if you are having a startup man, okay, and you have made a lot of profit, you have minted a lot of money, what will you do? You will further expand your business, right? You will further invest on it, get more people, get more to do. So it's somewhere there is a wrong, understand. Yeah. Any other question? Yes, sir. Sir.
So, you're saying you're going to the next level in your job. You're getting, acquainted with this tools and all. Suppose if you have a grip on these tools, how to use, or if you upskill yourself and you go to the next level, right? If that is the case, now we are hearing in the recent days, most of the giants and most IT giants are removing the people in a thousands of, right? So how we can sync this to the existing generation, like, because in the south, especially in the south, we people talk about mostly software engineering, working in the corporate lines. But when it comes to the current scenario, most of the IT giants are layoffs are happening. So how we can do this?
There is a requirement of an immediate upskilling. See, I'm actually looking after the operations of a private limited company on campus. It's called Unimate AI Technologies Private Limited. We are not getting good resource. I want 3-4 profiles already waiting for to be taken in, but I am not getting good resource. The problem with this is the companies don't want to spend money on upskilling. See, we are doing a lot of upskilling. We did it for Steel Authority of India Limited. We did it for IOCL. We are doing it for Masgaon Dock. We are doing it for many other PSUs. Maharashtra government was a recent example in this week itself. This has to be done. Otherwise, you will have to tell them come again another day, after learning all these things. That is what is happening. See, in case if you are not able to contribute, then somewhere things will come out, right? So that's it. But you tell him that, okay, you give me what you want, here it is. So how can somebody remove you? See, you should look at the other side of the coin also. The layoffs are happening because company can't afford unproductive time and people and resources, right?
Can I comment?
Sir.
Way back in 1986, Rajiv Gandhi was the prime minister. He wanted to stamp Petroda. He wanted to introduce computers. For 3 months, the parliament didn't run. The opposition said, "You are bringing computers, don't take away our jobs." What happened? Can anybody answer? 50% of your GDP is coming to service sector. The IT industry, the king of IT industry is India. I remember in the banks, they used to have the ledger system, double entry system. You had to go to the teller, you had to fill up the thing, give it to him. The guy will make an entry, put the rent signature here, then the ledger will go to the accountant, and then he will sign on it, and then he'll go back to the guy, and then they told that now we are going to computerize the account. Then they opened special computer cell and the computer operator, because others could not do it. So they one computer, so they were maintaining the ledgers also and putting it on the computers also. And everything was dot matrix that time. All right. And then those accountants, they were told either you learn computers or you lose your job. If you don't learn AI, you are illiterate, sir. Choice is yours. Right? AI will open up the complete thing. You got to be into the game. What your child can do with the smartphone, you can't do it because the child has got more skills. Right? And nowadays, a child will not get a job because he got a certificate. Sorry, a child will get a job. The child has got the skills. Please provide skills to the child. Oh, right. So don't say that AI will take away job. It will take your job to the next level. You have to go to the next level to take that job. You'll grab that job. People will come and give you the job. But if they, I don't know, sorry, then sit at home. Because you're not skilled. Then don't blame the AI. Can you, if there somebody says, I don't know how to operate a mobile system? Is there anybody? Can you blame the mobile? That now mobile is providing millions of jobs in the non-organized sectors today. Millions. We got to be grateful for that. Nowadays, if you know how to ride a bike and operate a mobile, you can earn 50,000 rupees a month. That is equivalent to a guy who's passing out with an MPA degree. Am I right or wrong? Don't blame the system. Right. Upscale what it is. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That is a beautiful point. You know why we are talking about now all these things? More AI is going to take our jobs. See, when sir was referring to that computerization era, it was hitting from bottom to top. The bottom guys, the blue collar and the mundane jobs, day-to-day activities, they were getting hit. But you know what AI is doing? AI is hitting from the top to bottom.
Okay, I want to say another thing. Remember one thing. There is something known as intelligence and there is something known as intellect. AI is still intelligence, your repetitive action. It is copying through algorithms. Right. It is still intelligent, but the intellect is with you. You created that AI. AI will never create. Never, ever. You're the master. And you have created, and you are making it better and better. Don't get overawed by it. Upskill yourself.
Yes, please. Yes, sir. We'll give you the mic.
Just adding a food for thought. I think the question that came from there was not about how AI is gonna take away our jobs. It is just that, the neuroscience, our brains are wired a certain way. The synaptic connections that, enhance our knowledge, our learning and our growth. I think this question was that AI is somewhere challenging that part, the system with which our brain works.
So probably that's the question, sir.
I got that. I was just trying to put it with an example. See, when he was talking about Sweden, I gave him an example of other countries. Okay. So if you follow the way the Sweden goes, then we were going back to the Stone Age. Okay. Now, however progressive we will be, we will never be stopping using our neurons. That is human existence, isn't it? How did we learn? See, now it's very important to understand artificial intelligence. Break it down. Okay. Artificial and intelligence. Intelligence is supposed to be we human beings. And when we expect all the machines to behave like we human beings, it is artificial intelligence. So we actually taught the machines. We actually taught how to see. We see, it sees, it's called computer vision, right? It hears with the mics and the speakers. Can it touch? Biometric. Can it smell? Have you seen the traffic police standing with the machine? Yeah, it can smell. Okay. So we are the one humans who are training that how to use this, how we use our neural networks. So it has also started using exactly what a human being, all the faculties of a human brain. Okay. So that is where it is advancing to, but it's always a human in the loop. So without that human in the loop, the next future generation will not be working because they already know the cons of it. Otherwise, we have a lecture with another 3-4 hours which will tell only about this, what not to do. Never, there are so many things which we should be knowing what not to do. If we understand that, no, we will never tell that we should not use AI. AI is the best companion. We are fearing this, there are so many things we unknowingly do and make a mess of it. And we end up cursing, oh, this happened because of this. It's not that, it's we were uneducated that we should have been using it in a better format. Okay, how many of you actually take up the CVs of your students and put directly to ChatGPT? That is unethical. You don't know how to use your CVs also. Are you with me? You should never ever do that. It is just like a patient record. That student is a patient for you, right? How can you use your patient record and tell whether he is eligible or he has got some brains to understand this subject or not? Indirectly, you are misusing that information, right? You should know how to use the AI also. Yeah, that is another set of lectures which we can have afterwards. The ethical use of AI. Yes, ma'am. You're talking. Now, I'm not debating, but the thing here is the perspective and the mindset has to change. We cannot ignore AI. If we do that, then we are somewhere pushing ourselves a little bit back.
Okay,
Please, sorry, sir.
one second, to build on to
Of
that.
course, sir. Please continue.
Ma'am, you are the boss. You have certain work which is low priority. What do you do with that? You will give it to your subordinate, right? He'll do that because you are supposed to be doing a higher job, more creative, more thinking, right? That's exactly what AI is supposed to be doing, ma'am, to help you out your repetitive job. Right? It will not take away your ability to think, ma'am. It will not steal away your intellect, ma'am. Few days back, not 2 days back, it was about 6 months back. I just tried, I want to buy cloth of a houndstooth pattern with blue, gray, and black check. Houndstooth is the pattern of the check which you get. After 6 months, AI has given me that, and I've given that cloth for stitching to make it to a coat. And I tried searching on going to shop. For the last 4 years, I'm searching. I could not. Has it helped? Right? And everything has been delivered at my doorstep. And 1/6 the cost. 1/6 the cost. And I still have another piece available with me, spare if somebody wants to get a similar coat.
Sir, before they book.
Yeah.
Given.
Yeah. Sir, I wanted to add on to what you said. You have beautifully come up the entire thing. So it was like we humans, we don't have to adapt, I believe. We have always been adapting. When, sir was explaining the example of the teller. We have adapted the teller being replaced by the ATMs, which is also called as the automated teller machine. That is nothing but, the adaptivity of AI. Teller is what teller was doing now, ATM is doing not only for one bank, it's doing for multiple banks. And that's how the cost is also coming down. So it's kind of a benefit to us. And moreover, yeah, of course, if a country GDP would not increase, will be then also going back. It will, follow the policy of the other country. Their parameters, the other parameters are very different from our economy. So that's the reason we should adapt. And of course, there's a difference between, as sir said, intelligence and intellect. We should take care of that.
Ma'am, you will be surprised to know, I hope I am right, he is the boss, he is the authority. We are already 20 years behind time as far as AI is concerned. We are lagging behind like hell, this country. Don't blame. Now what you're supposed to be creating those, what do you call the chips now we are trying to create. We should have created 40 years back, which we did. Today, Taiwan is dictating because they are creating 65% of it. Where are we? Our whole manufacturing, our complete industry goes into a spin when they say we can't give you the semiconductor. Sorry. Are we so? We are living in a stone age, I'm telling you. Where are we? We got to be 20 years ahead of others. We are 20 years behind time. That's where we are.
How many of you have heard of this country called Estonia? It's not bigger than Karjat, I suppose. They are 25 years ahead of us. Just see what they are doing. Are you? Yeah. Estonia, ESTONIA.
Latvia, Lithuania. They are Baltic states.
I want to add to the neuroscience perspectives that we were talking about. So, in neuroscience, there is something called cognitive offloading. So, in cognitive offloading, what happens is whatever we are not using anymore, back then, the exams or assessment was to be memory based, right? We need to like remember things and then reproduce on paper. Now it is more intelligence based. Did humans stop using memory? Now we are memory is become redundant now because we have our mobile phones, we have Google. Like no more is that general knowledge entails who is your prime minister, right? We have better questions now to ask students. We have better ways of testing a person's intelligence, right? And our assessments have changed. Like I teach in an IT school, we give the students calculators during exams because that just the task of additions or subtractions is redundant, right? So in cognitive offloading, what it says is human brains are evolving to perform higher order functions, not just memory or the lower order function. It is also proven when they tested surgeons and the precision of the surgeons who play video games. So they have found out that surgeons who play video games have more accuracy and more precision in how they perform the surgery. So I feel like, technology, when we look at it from the broader outlook, it may seem like it is making humans, I don't know, I can't remember the better word for it down, but I feel like it is also evolving our human age.
That's true. That's true. This defense, they are all flying drones. Whom they are hiring for flying these drones?
The one who played video
The gamers. The gamers. Because they are easily, it's the second nature. Just to give a different perspective, don't get frightened because what I am saying, in another 30-40 years, this building will be used for a resort. There will be no education institutions as such, just for a few nodal universities here and there. Otherwise, everything is going to be online and AI is going to be your guru. That's it. You can experience it right now, isn't it? Yeah, the shift, how it is going. I can actually try to get a recipe of a dokla in a nuclear bomb.
Listen, nobody's stopping me. And I can get educated as if I'm going to a proper, university who teaches me that. You agree with me, Tom? Yes.
But everything is available, but still the whole process the knowledge which is here, the selling is also.
Correct. We are in the infant stage. It's a teething problem. Okay. Now nobody will tell you that how to use your iPhone. Though we are not using 10% of the iPhone. Are we using our iPhone in the fullest way, or any phone which you are using? But we have gone through that learning curve. We know, even in the sleep, we know where to cut, in snooze and stuff like that. So it is always available there, but we don't, we don't refer to the user manual. We don't refer to the, instructions which are there, but we need to somebody to guide me. Even if there is a new feature in WhatsApp which comes, if your friend says it registers better. But your point well noted, sir. It is, we are doing nothing. We are doing research. There is already something existing, and we are just researching it. And whatever I am telling is that nothing belongs to me. It is just I am collecting information and giving it to you. You're right. So instead of asking me, the next thing is to do this, and I gave you the best regard also. No, I will tell you your first day, first show will be sitting on with a VR headset. See, social learning, the medium will change. You will never be traveling physically here to Karjat and sitting here. You will be sitting at your comfort of your lounge in your home, wearing a VR headset, which is not that VR headset which you see now, that bulky one. It will be as thin and light as this. That's it. And you will be actually chatting to sir behind. Nice question. You can even give him a high five. That is the future. So the social, what you're saying, I agree to that you will not be having this physical contact which I shake with hands. But that will keep happening in a different format. But it will happen. That nobody can take away, isn't it?
Yes, please.
Did I answer your question? Nothing.
For all the materials that is posted in the lecture, the reliable sources also. Those are digitalized libraries through which you get the answers for how do we validate that we are getting the correct information that is.
See, whenever ma'am has a question, very good question. How reliable is the answer, right? So whenever you nowadays, most of the GPTs tries to give you a citation or a source, right? But as I told you, it still hallucinates. It will give you a source which is not existing at all. So make sure that, see, that is where agentic AI comes into picture. Now, have you seen there is a reasoning model? See, in GPT also, perplexity and most of this, you have got a normal model and a reasoning model. Have you seen that? Okay, you just see the, click on the drop down and you can select the reasoning models. And these reasoning models work on an agentic mode. You know what they do? The first agent listens and understands your question. The second agent starts working and collecting different information from the internet. The third agent sees whether you are going to the credible website or not, because my user has prompted that I should visit only those sites which are approved, authorized, authentic, and government recognized. In case, so your prompt has to be better. So in case if you are working for an IB based solution, you should specifically mention it has to be recognized and approved by IB board. So that also is an instruction which the agent sees. Oh, he is referring to this particular website which IB says not to. That is taken off. Then the next agent takes over and understands whether it meets the requirement. Third agent, the final agent makes sure that it is the perfect answer and gives it to you. So that's how the reasoning model works. Yeah. So you have to select that reasoning model first and make sure that your prompt has got all these which I just showed. So make sure that you mention, I want credible sites to be scanned, scrapped, and then given information on. Be very specific. In case if you are working on, as sir was talking about Sweden,
and you are writing a write-up on how Sweden is anti-AI. Anti-AI is a very strong word. How Sweden is looking at the AI perspective. So mention that in your prompt specifically so that it doesn't hallucinate and tell that Sweden is all go for AI. That is the complete opposite, right? Anything else? Any other further questions? So far, so good. Did I make sense?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay, I want to show you one bonus. See, whenever you clap, you know what you are telling your students. When students clap, what they are saying?
Time out. Time out, leave.
Get out, get out. Bonus. Please make a account on this particular website called Notebook LM. Okay, this is from Google. This is the most underrated AI tool. Notebook LM. Those who have used it are above that 99% curve. Very good, sir. So you are in that 1%. So this is the most underrated tool, I will tell you. It's already there in that 1%. So, ma'am, in case if I give you a problem statement, what's your good name, ma'am? Pooja. You know what Pooja does? Using Notebook LM? She listens to one book a day. Did you all dream to read a book a day? Which is never possible. Even if you have time, you will not be able to read that. Normally 300, 200, 300 page book, how fast can you read? Now you're all counselors, very fast readers, and you understand brisk understanding. How fast you can read a book of 200, 300 pages? 6 days? Yeah. So in case, if I tell you, using Notebook LM, you can fulfill this dream of listening to books, one book every day. You want to know how this is done? Yeah, madam, tell me if I'm right or wrong. Yeah? See, she is that old school. She has got that, yes.
I'm a librarian and I tell my students to have a physical book. Because that way they actually feeling it. They're touching the book. They have a physical contact with the book. And with that every page you have something that you're feeling in it. Your tears, your food. That's why for me it's a physical book.
I agree with her. You need to have the touch and feel. See, I am not encouraging not to use physical books. Please don't misunderstand me.
Yes, sir.
But in case if you are getting the option of listening to a book every day, if you're in
a car or something, when you're traveling, I mean, and most of us travel a lot,
okay, tell me a book which you wanted to read recently. Yes, ma'am, Priya madam. Let's
Pooja
take
ma'am,
Priya.
Pooja,
Pooja
Pooja
ma'am.
ma'am.
This is a website which you will always thank me for. This is called Ocean of PDF. Ocean of PDF. You name the book, you will get it here. Okay. Now the librarian again will tell me, sir, you should buy the books.
No.
You should not do this and unethical. Now you don't download anything. Yeah. Anna Sarkar. Yeah, there are a lot. But I have tested many things, but I use this because this even has got books written during partition when India, Pakistan, and written in Urdu, which you will never get it even in the central library. You'll get it here. Okay. Well, what's the book? Let me see. Laws of Human.
The first one was there, okay.
This is the problem. Ma'am, are we talking about this book? No. No, laws of human behavior.
Laws.
First one,
Yeah, this is the one. This is the one. Okay. My internet is the next one. This is a recently published one or it's old? It's old. Any other book anybody wants to recommend? Yeah?
The Art of War, Hindu.
I'm leaving, right? I think it's the internet thing which is because
Art of War, by Sun Tzu.
SU
SUN.
Sun TZU.
Give a space.
TZU, no?
Yeah.
This book. Sun Tzu. Where's this?
Art of War.
I think this is the book. So suppose if you want to read this book, okay. Now here, see, the internet is weak, but here you will get two options now. One is to read on your, what is that called, Kindle? And one is you can download your PDF. So this is PDF, and on this side you will get the Kindle version. Let me download this. Okay. This is the book which I wanted to read. And this is somewhere around 247 pages. Okay. Now what I do, I go to Notebook LM, which I was just talking about, create new. How to use this, you can figure out, okay, please. Okay, it will take a lot of time. Here, I have to upload a source. Just for your information, can you see here 50? I can upload 50 sources at the same time, which normally none of the GPTs allow. So I can upload 50 sources, and these 50 sources can be PDFs, website, URLs, YouTube videos, you name it. You can do that. And the best thing is, it will stay inside that particular notebook only. It will not go outside. Okay, that's the beauty of it. Now I choose the file. I go to downloads. I take this Art of War, upload it. It is uploading on the left hand side. So you can upload 50 sources like this. Now in case it is a exclamation red mark, it means copyright protected. But now anyhow you have to use it. So what you do? Copy paste. Open the PDF. Control A, Control C, come here and Control V. Simple. Okay, now this I have inserted, ingested. Now can you see this on the right hand side audio preview? I have to select this file and just click on audio preview. Okay. Now the beauty of this is Notebook LM will create a, depending upon the number of pages, it will create me a 30-40 minutes of podcast. Now, if it is a monologue, it becomes very difficult to, boring. If it is a podcast where two people are talking about the book and telling these are the 10 takeaways, this is what it was, and it actually graduates the whole book from page 1 to page last. Okay. So, and it will give you a gist, and you will actually take away what, what's supposed to, that book to be given. Suppose what that book was supposed to tell you.
It depends upon the internet speed also, how fast it is done. It might take a few minutes. Okay. Can you see this video overview on the right hand side? In case if you are more video oriented and you want to share this information to your students on a video based thing, click on video. It will create a 10-15 minutes video of the whole thing and you can share it with them. Which otherwise would have taken at least a day or 2 days in case if you are no video editing and stuff like that. Okay. But this is a beautiful tool where research can be less hallucinated, make your own podcast, make your own videos, and there is something called as mind map. Have you heard of mind map?
Yeah.
No? Can you see this mind map here? I click on mind map. This is the most interesting thing whenever you research on something. You get to know where it starts and how it flows. So make use of this tool and then experience it yourself. See, my mind map is ready. So it shows impact, interpretation, the myth of the text of Sindhi, the journey to the West. These are all the important chapters. Okay. Then it further goes into this military thoughts. Then it is further goes into this. So you will keep on adding the. Now, to know different from Western readings. So if I click here, it will take me exactly where that line is in that particular PDF in that particular page. So referring to, suppose if you have got 50, how will you refer? Now, sir had a use case, right? In case if a student is wanting to join a CS in particular and you have got the profile requirement and you don't remember what are the profile requirements, you can upload the profile requirements there, put in his CV here and check whether he meets that profile and what all is recommended to him. And that mind map also will give it to you that in case you can suggest in case if he wants to do this 2 years from now, can you suggest, give you a mind map telling that this is what he has done, this is what he has to do, and this is how it will flow. Beautiful. Which otherwise it is not possible, even if we are doing it on our own. Can you see this? All these are citations. Where you click and you go, and it will take you exactly to that page on that paragraph where it is given. So no hallucination. Okay. You got it right, what I'm saying? So let me cut short. Our audio is still getting generated. It will take another 2-3 minutes. Any questions still so far? Any new questions or something which you want to discuss by the time it comes up? I know I have. So I'll give you 2-3 tips, points till the time this happens. Now tell me when it's happening. What not to do? Okay. In case if you are having any confidential information of anybody, don't just copy, paste onto GPTs and use it. So what is the jugaad here? Now suppose if you have got 5 students, okay, their names are so and so, so and so, so and so, so and so. Just make sure that you rename this Shreyas into A, rename ma'am into B, rename ma'am into C. So you know that I am A, you are B, you are C. Now as soon as I remove the name, the address, the telephone number, that data is garbage. You have my bank statement, for example, but you don't have the name, the account number, the IFSC code, nothing. You just have the debit and credit. You will not even look at it. If it was Shreyas number, you will immediately check in the bank balance. Isn't it, ma'am? So this is something which you should look at it. In case if there are important criteria which you can remove, but then you should know that this is A, Baba. So you will end up suggesting and counseling something else to someone else. So camouflaging, it's called camouflaging. Next way of doing this is synthesizing. Synthetic data. You don't have to always, there are some cases where you can synthesize your data. You can tell that, okay, this is the scenario and this is the problem statement which I am looking for. Please synthesize some data for me. Are you understanding what I'm saying? That's called creating data. AI will help you create that data and then you can use the data for
understanding the actual solution of that problem state. Then there is no issue at all. Are you understanding what I'm saying? You can say that a student, suppose a student need a psychological counseling. So synthesize some scenario behind it and tell that this person had this, problems. Now he is going through this problems. This is what he is happening. So can you something like that? And tell it to synthesize. And then the jugaad which I gave you, make the prompt better. So it will nicely give you a nice prompt which you need to give it to GPTs. Okay. Next thing which you should not be doing is, there is always an incognito mode which nobody uses. Otherwise you use, mostly everybody knows about this incognito mode, right? But have you ever used in ChatGPT? It is available, you are not using it. The beauty of incognito mode is that that discussion which you do will never be used for training its model. So at least you can be assured that it's in the cognitive mode and the data will not be used for training its model. At least that's what they promise. Let us believe they are told this. Okay. Incognito you cannot say. That's what. Okay. Yeah, it's there. See, when you open ChatGPT, when you open a new chat, reduce this a bit. Can you see this on the top? Turn on temporary chat here. Here it is hidden beyond this. When you click on this, this will come temporary chat. This chat won't appear in history. Use or update ChatGPT's memory. Use this temporary, and it is there in Perplexity also. Now you are all Perplexity heavy users, pro users, right? So let me show you where it lies in Perplexity, because mostly you all will be going to Perplexity. Can you see this pro version here? Can you see my account pro here on the left hand side? When I click on it, can you see incognito? On the left hand side? Use that. And you know what the beauty of this podcast? Yes, ma'am. You can become a part of the, you can become the third person who joins. But the only problem here is, you being a third person discussing with that two people cannot be downloaded. Yeah, metaverse. It cannot be downloaded because that is in that sandbox, temporary sandbox. As soon as you come out, it is gone. So you can download only that podcast, but you cannot download your talk. That is a disadvantage which they are working on. What I was supposed to say was, you can do it in almost 26 Indian languages. Hyper personalization to your students. Okay, send it in Tamil, Malayalam, Telugu, Kannada, Marathi, Konkani. I would have Konkani also in there in this. So they have concentrated on Indian languages also. Where do you find that? Can you see the setting here? Go to settings, output language. By default, it is English. If you click here, you will see all these foreign languages. And as you scroll down, you will see Urdu of all characters, the Konkani. Normally, you don't find in 11 labs also you will not, 11 labs you know, right? 11 labs. 11 labs also will not use Konkani option. Konkani, Nepali, Marathi, Maithili, Hindi, Bengali, I don't know, this Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, you name it and it is there. Okay, the beauty. Try all these things and listen to your book in your favorite language. What else you want? Okay, well, this is happening It's okay. I have some other examples which I can show you. I just downloaded yesterday The Psychology of Money. Have you heard of the book called Psychology of Money? It's a beautiful book. Okay. So where is that? I see. Did I remove it? Oh yeah, here it is. This is how the podcast will sound.
Welcome to the Deep Dive, the show where we cut through the noise and get straight to the insights you need to be truly well informed. Today, we're diving into a truth about money that might just challenge everything you thought you knew.
Mm-hmm.
What we've discovered might surprise you, because when it comes to financial success, it has surprisingly little to do with how smart you are.
Great.
It has a whole lot more to do with how you behave.
It's often assumed, isn't it, that
Interesting to listen, not boring, and it's a 41-minute body. And at least wherever you are driving, put it on your WhatsApp and listen. Yeah. Will you try this yourself? Yeah. Then only you will understand. You see, you all need to dirty your hands yourself before teaching your students or counseling your students. So do it yourself, then only you will get to feel. And then every time you listen to a book, you should know whom you remember. Me. Not notebook and then. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. After a great lunch, let's dive into the first session of the afternoon session. It's my pleasure to welcome Dr. Wahida Thomas, the Dean of our both School of Management and School of Liberal Arts. Her session will focus on vital task of shaping the leaders of tomorrow, blending academic rigor and real-world empathy. Dr. Wahida Sani Thomas is a distinguished academician with over 3 decades of teaching experience at both undergraduate and postgraduate level, and extensive administrative leadership in prestigious institutions. She is recognized an expert in wide range of subjects including business economics, managerial economics, business environment, and entrepreneurship. Dr. Thomas has held significant academic and administrative positions and have contributed to leading national institutions such as NIPM and IRMA. She is an approved PhD supervisor in economics and currently mentors doctoral research in economics and management at the Universal AI University. Dr. Thomas is widely respected for her leadership in academic administration and her commitment to advancing research in economics and sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Wahida Thomas.
Okay, till then we will start. Am I audible there? Gentleman in black shirt, can you hear me? I'm just doing this one. So, you have seen, you've heard, I don't know what he spoke about me. I'm a humble teacher. And I just have one qualification that so far I have mentored around 7,000 students. Because this is 33rd year of my experience and I'm 21-year-old. Yes, it's because we in the university do not age. We get students who are 18 and by the time they pass out, they're 21. So every year in the beginning, around July, I start with 17 or 18. At the end of the year, I grow 3 years and again come back. So that's my main introduction. Here in the university, I am handling 2 schools, which really gives me an opportunity to develop my sixth sense. Why? Because you are dealing with the ones who are younger to the ones I have. And you know that every day is a challenge for us to understand what their needs are, to understand and guide and help them. So today, I'm not going to speak to you anything about how to guide and how to help because no portion is developed so far, which is going to be applicable to everyone together. What we need to develop is the creative ability, creative thinking ability, and out of box thinking ability. I'm really sorry that I'm talking to you in the post lunch session. In fact, this is a time for siesta. And let's practice some breathing exercise. All my friends who are done with their mobile phones, please can you keep your phones aside and sit erect, spine straight, breathe in, long breath. Don't worry, you're not going to fall asleep. This is just a siesta. Breathe out. And if anyone has difficulty in breathing through the nose, you can breathe out, breathe in through the nose with whatever challenge and breathe out through mouth. Can we have 3 to 5 breaths, please? You can breathe in through the nose, breathe out either slowly through mouth or through nose. Gently close your eyes. We are going to go for the box breathing, which most of you must be aware of. The box breathing count I will be giving is 4. So inhale, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 2, 3, 4. Hold outside, 3, 4. Inhale, hold, exhale, hold outside. Inhale, hold, exhale, hold outside. And you can open your eyes whenever you feel good. What we did is consciously paid attention to our breath. This is the only thing which makes us different from the one who is not able to take action. That is our body and us, an individual. And when we are thinking out of box, we are making use of lot of brain cells which require lot of energy as well as oxygen. So let's go for our first exercise. Out of box thinking. You have been given the A4 size paper. Do you have A4 size paper? You can distribute. If you want to make use of your own notebook, that's fine. Now, what is out of box thinking is think beyond. Because when a young mind comes to us, or a student comes to us, or a learner comes to us, or our own children talk to us, we think from our point of view. If I say that, what are you able to see? The palm of mine, but I am able to see the back side of that palm. If I turn it, then you see the back side of the palm and I see the palm. So there is my point of view, there is your point of view, and there is actually seeing what is there. So what we have to do is every time we have to apply the creativity in understanding what the learner is telling us. Understanding the point of view of learner helps us in understanding the need of that learner and assessing actually the need of that learner. If everyone has got the paper, now this is a quick 1 minute activity. I'm not putting the timer, but it is 1 minute activity. Draw a pig. P-I-G, pig. Draw a pig.
Am I audible to the online learners? Can you check? Preeti? Yeah. Draw a pig. It should not be any other animal other than pig. Great. Good. Lovely. Yes. P-I-G-K. Out of the box, you simply mention the statement what I have given. And again, we need to decide what is the size of the box. Now share what you have plotted with your neighbor and see what is the similarity. Is it same? It's different? And I'm 100% sure that none of you have plotted the similar pig. Online participants, is there a way to check? Please check.
Virtual audience, if you also have
You are creative. You are creative.
you can it's on your
See,
camera and show it to us.
some have plotted running pig. This looks more like a bear. A combination of a bear and a pig. Good, good. The legs look like elephant's leg. Wonderful. Excellent, excellent. Side view, front view, pig is turning and looking at you. Standing pig about to run on two legs. Isn't it?
See, Anila,
This is what? Pig.
ma'am, very good. This thing is very nice.
Oh, wow. Great.
Mine.
Excellent. This animal is a mix between pig and a cat.
Mine. Cat going in.
What is the conclusion? Beautiful. Another thing which you can see is where on the paper have you plotted the pig? Some on the side, some in the middle, some have covered the entire, that pig elephant is on the entire page. That means we all are different individually. Even when we are thinking, we are listening to the same instructions. So everyone is different and we need to understand the individuality of that person differently. We are exposed to certain things, our learning is based on certain background of ours, and what happens when we are sticking to our learning and we are not creative, we are not accepting what our learners are asking from us, then it becomes challenging. So this is how your pig looks. Okay. It's not working. You have to show it. Yes. Now, on the same page, I'm not giving you any other source. Plot a mouse. A mouse. M-O-U-S-E. Sir, please don't write mouse. Don't write plot a mouse. Use creativity. Don't we remember our primary school days? What we used to plot when we were small? Okay, cat, dog. There is a national painting of India. Do you know what it is? Two mountains, then sun and the river. Some of us who are more creative, they'll plot coconut tree because it's easy to plot. Crows. Some birds. Yes. So the grass plotted in the sky becomes birds and down below is that is end of thinking capacity of all of us. And kudos to our drawing teachers who used to be very happy looking at whatever we have done. Because life is colorful. And nobody
nobody gives credit to that drawing teacher because subjects like English, maths, science is more important. Drawing, arts and culture, arts and drawing, कोई importance नहीं है उसका. But morning when you were getting ready, I'm 100% sure you were deciding which color to wear. Life is filled with color. So you plotted the mouse? Yes. What is the shape of your mouse? Thank you. Shape of the mouse is this or this? Any English faculty or English teacher here? Yes. You will say that actual mouse is the third one. No, but our words are changing. Language is changing. What we speak and what our learners speak, what we understand from what they are speaking is different. So we need to go down to their level and understand what they are actually speaking. The whole game is in understanding and being creative every time. We need to be creative because what has happened is we got into silos. We got programmed by the policies, rules, regulations, and we are not able to use our creativity because we are also operating under some regulations. And those regulations are either killing us or killing our learners. So norms are there, but keeping those norms into respecting those norms, we should look at what is required from us as the school management, counselor, etc. Can we have the chart papers now? अभी आएगा मजा आएगा waste हो रहा
Do we have a gift for the bag? Like not from the topper, right? Like I just ended looks like कि यहाँ के category gifts भी होना चाहिए.
See, you think that you are not good at drawing. Have you ever seen a pig hippopotamus? What creative man? You are creative. No, you are not. The world reflects in larger volume what is there inside you.
So which means
If you think that the backside of this thing. No, it's going to be a group activity. So a group of 5. Okay. Group of 5, please make a group of 5 and I would appreciate if you move out of your chair and join unknown people. I know for last 3 days you are here, so you may be knowing many people. You are from the same school, same group. Okay, fine. Group of 6, 5. Panja.
Virtual audience, we will also be breaking you into breakout rooms.
Chart papers, boy.
Oh, ma'am,
I'm this one. Because we don't have time.
Oh, tell me now what to do.
This way, one per group.
One per group. Group. Can we have one group leader, please?
Yes, so that is easy to discuss. Yes, sir. No, that can be an individual activity for us.
So virtual audience, this is an individual activity for you.
You can divide this. One per group. Now you got lovely chart papers. Don't worry about the resources. Resources are always limited, but you should know how to make best use of those resources. Group of 5, please. Online participants, you can continue doing it individually. सभी groups का pick लेना when they are in action. They are soon going to be in action. Now you have to decide, listen to me, you have to decide your own color, your own space on the chart paper. Please don't fight with the other participants that ये मेरा जगह है यहाँ पे नहीं. So 5 participants, that's right, 5 participants are required, not 6, please, only 5. And it's an individual activity on the chart. It's 5, please. 5 participants in a group. Now there are 9 dots. Whichever color of your choice. Each one of you is going to use your own space there and use these 9 dots and join these 9 dots using 4 lines, straight lines. Do not lift your pen. And for this activity, you just have 3 minutes. Straight lines, no crooked lines. Only one person has done. Others have not done it. Others can try. No, there are 5 lines. Yes, you can cross. No, for that you can cross. You can cut 4 straight lines. You can cut. No, 1 dot is still left out. Yes, all the dots. All lines should be connected using 4 straight lines without lifting your pen, without overwriting. No, you can have your own. You can have your own space, your own color, your own, and let us see how it evolves. 4 straight lines. Okay. All the 9 dots should be connected. No over drawing on the line. No lifting of the pen. You can use your paper, otherwise you can. This group is still contemplating, not started yet. Pen. 4 lines, straight lines. You cannot overlap. You can redraw, but they can intersect. Photographer, you can take them in action. 2 minutes are over. No, there are 5 lines. 2 minutes over. So you taught all of them. Okay. Now one of you can plot. Yes. Plot. Yeah. Quick. The rule is out of box thinking. No, don't show. Don't show. Don't show. Activity is based on 2 individuals, and what you have to do is, see, this is creative thinking session. You talk to your partner and ask your partner about the morning routine of that partner and make it more effective.
Friends, ma'am is saying something. Excuse me. Friends, ma'am is saying some instructions for the next activity.
I remember one song which may not be understood by all the participants, but hum bhi agar bacche hote na hamara hota. So everyone is excited? Yes. Now the next activity is you have to interview your partner. You can select the person who is sitting next to you and understand the morning routine of that partner. And quickly, it's a 2 minutes activity. Please, you are already you're charged now. Redesign a partner's morning routine to save time.
Interview.
Virtual audience, we have opened the breakout rooms for you all. So please go to your breakout room and do the activity as managed.
Yes. This is the other individual who is sitting next to you and redesign the morning routine of that individual. Understand the morning routine and redesign in order to save time of that person.
5 in start like packing your bag, getting your clothes ironed, shoes ready, and all the things. At night itself, you can wear the shoes. Okay. Yeah, sleep in the shoes. It's a new shoe. Feel comfortable. Okay. And in your dream, maybe you can chase your early morning routine, the whole thing, and then you are one day ahead to the things what you wanted to do the next morning. Okay. So you have added another 24 hours to yourself and you are leading ahead with, sounds crazy, but then try. Okay. You will be one day ahead. You will be one day ahead to your friends.
No, Princess. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
I wish I could come up report writing and everything in my dream.
Sorry, Spendia.
How you plan your lessons one day in advance, worksheets 1 week in advance? Okay, why can't you plan 1 day of life in advance?
Can we have a vote on this idea? How many of you are ready to implement it? No. Not workable. Please.
Rather save time, it will make more time.
You can be there itself.
Okay, my friend, she has just given me given her morning routine, and she told me that she gets up and she just take time to freshen up, and all. After that she gets ready and then she prepares breakfast, and then she prepares the tea. Then she goes to for taking bath and all, and then because she sips cold tea. So when she was discussing about all these things, so I say it's better just prepare when you're used to cold tea and all. Just put that get ready that cold tea in the at night only in that kettle, and then you can sip it in the morning, so that will save the time. And moreover, I just have suggested her the shower bath, as sir was saying, that you just go and just touch it, and you will feel that you have taken the bath. Sprinkle. Yeah, of course. Shower bath, it's like this and it can save the life. In that way, you will increase the revenue of all the perfume companies.
Okay, how many of you got this idea? There are two ideas given. First idea.
One idea she has approved. The tea kettle ready. In that way, you can increase the revenue of lot of many cosmetic companies. Yeah. Conservation of water as well. No, but I really feel that whenever people just say that the buckets and all, they just spill water.
Thank you. So there are problems. In morning routine, there are problems.
Hello, I would like to share my experience. Many times it gets late in the night, so to save time in the morning, I take bath at night. If you really want to have bath, or even at night. But otherwise, at night I take bath when the day is done. No, I really shower on and just.
How many of you know that this morning bath schedule is only very much pertaining to us Indians?
Yes, yes.
There is one online petition.
I have a story. She used to bath in the night around at 10 and 11 o'clock because she had to leave her house at 6 o'clock in the morning. So she used to always bath in the evening, night.
In fact, in many South Indian traditions, there is bathing in the morning as well as at night. Yes, we have, we can take one online participant.
Yeah, sure. Virtual audience, maybe any one of you could raise your hand.
And then be ready for the next activity.
Would like to share. Now that's would like to share from your group. Or virtual audience, can you hear me? Virtual audience, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, so just wanted to know, can someone share your experience in the group activity? Anyone of you?
Actually, we couldn't get much time in the group. It was a very short time for the activity. So I think we just got a couple of minutes.
Okay, no issue. Actually, the activity was also very short. You just had to prepare your morning and share. That's it. Okay, Navratna, would you like to share? Or anyone else, maybe? Quickly, friends.
In the meanwhile, have a look at this picture.
Oh, creative thing.
What do you see here? Vitamin C. Now see all the gray cells are charged. Yes. Original and duplicate. Okay. All right. Natural and preserved. Natural or artificial. Natural intelligence and artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence has come out of natural intelligence. Yes,
In that way and in liquid, that is. And then life give you tangerines.
Okay. What is the sentence? I drink orange juice. Thank you for all the inputs, natural, artificial, and what is that? Natural, unnatural, preserved, all that. I drink orange juice. What is the opposite of it? No, that is negative. It's a topic.
I drink coconut water.
Orange.
Actually, orange color.
I
feel and eat orange.
No, that is an alternative.
I eat orange.
You eat orange. It's an alternative. I drink. No, you're thinking it's an alternative. Opposite. I drink orange juice. Orange juice gets inside me.
I spit orange.
You still no.
I spit. You drink orange juice. I spit orange.
No.
I spit
No.
orange.
What you're saying is not negated, but exact opposite of it. I drink orange juice. Orange juice brings me. I drink orange juice. Orange juice brings me. Now, do you know that many companies have used this concept in order to design products? We have a marketing wizard here amongst us, Mr. Sagar. He's very emphatically saying, how many of you would like to have, see, imagine a situation that you are having that feeling that let me get drunk by orange juice. Let me immerse into orange juice. And that's what the entire hygiene product started. Piyama? Body wash? Shampoos? Even body spray. I know many of us hate orange juice fragrance, but what is it which they have encashed upon? And that is what is creative thinking. When we talk about creative thinking, it doesn't come from anywhere else. It comes from a very, very weird ideas. That's what I said, that your wildest of the ideas. You can give your wildest of the ideas, but it should not be in the dream. If it is in dream, nobody is going to pay you. So what we need to do is, when we are in our profession, we are using creative thinking. We should not be using those things which we have learned in our graduation, thinking about our professor that he or she did this, so let me also do this. There is no end to creativity, ladies and gentlemen. And
You can think out of box. So it was not cheating. Thinking out of box is being given by Edward D. Bono. You can also read on his 6 thinking hats. That is going to help you a lot in applying how 6 thinking hats, which color hat you should first pick up. What is the problem? Today we have to enable our learners, our students for problem solving skills. They can learn anything. They can learn better than us using AI tools. In fact, they know AI tools much better than us. But what is our objective? Our objective is to imbibe those skills in them, which will help them in becoming a problem solver. And how can they be enabled to become a problem solver? First, we have to become a problem solver. If somebody comes with a problem to you, what you say, it's all rubbish. I don't believe in this problem. That problem does not exist because I never came across that problem. And when we talk about creative thinking, the first step of creative thinking is empathize. There are 5 steps of creative thinking. Empathize, define, this is what you have done. When you looked at the morning routine of your friend, you were empathizing, you're trying to be creative, you're trying to understand, and you're trying to work on that problem and get a solution, ideate on it. So first stage is the stage of empathy. Listen, observe, find out, be sympathetic, be empathetic, and that is must in all of us. Because I know that many of you are the school heads, counselors, HODs, and you are associated with the teenagers. They need real understanding. They will not be able to find ways at other places. I have my counselor, and since when she came here, the number of walk-ins have increased. So I said, what's the reason? So she says that, ma'am, I just listen to them. I don't interrupt. I listen to them and I help them in forming a solution for their own problem. We are not doctors. We can't prescribe. We can listen, understand, and help them in understanding better. So empathy, define, ideate, prototype. Now, when we are talking about the goods and services products, we can go to this stage, but many of you can also design a new system for your school. And last is test. Now, don't think that this is only applicable to the design thinkers or creative thinkers or those people who are in the area of creativity. No, it is necessary for all the leaders. In the AI era, everything can be generated. AI is soon going to replace many of our activities. In fact, you must have met our Guruji there. Large language model. Guruji can easily replace all of you. Guruji can replace me. But Guruji can never replace my creativity, your ability to innovate. And that's why it is necessary for us to think creatively. And this entire process, empathize, define, ideate, prototype, and test, is an iterative process. It's not that we have given the final solution. Do you agree? Any questions so far? So now, let us go for each activities. How much time do I have, Kitty? Each activity is speed work. 6 minutes. So let's at least cover first activity, that is empathy. What you have to do is split into a group of 10. Fast. Online breakout room, please. Here you will get 10 people. Yes. And please carry your own notebook. Some can come here also. What you need to do is
Each one of you is going to do quick interview of the other person. And what is the question which you need to ask? One small frustration you face in the school. Please, nothing against management. So, join please. Everyone needs to interview everybody. Faster, please. Group of 10.
Virtual audience, please go to your.
Mostly face in our vicinity, we have faced the same problems which you people are quoting to us, like we are called the happy school because of we are not following what traditionally being followed. That's the difference. So that's the change.
Yeah. Now here, see, it's not a debate. You heard from her how they solve. Now, if I do a role reversal of yours and make you the head of the organization, how would you like to solve? Please.
Implementing systems, ma'am.
So why don't you suggest? That's what
And if the questions are done over here, questions are done politics.
Wherever there are human beings, there will be
Frustrations are raising because it is not heard. If it is heard, then frustration will not be there. I cannot implementing it, but if it is heard.
In fact, your organization sent you here for attending 3 days event itself is a testimonial that your organization cares for you. So have a all-round look. It's not only my view, and that's the final view. We need to understand. So here what is happening? We are stuck inside the box. And we are empathizing only with ourselves. But our problem is not a unique problem. It's a universal problem. How the world solves it. How can I think opposite? See, I drink orange juice. Orange juice brings me. Can we think opposite and find creative solutions? Can we go out of box and find creative solutions not only for us but also for our learners? Now, here she's asked for voting. Can not on the idea of problem. How many of you are going to take this attitude back with you in order to practice it? At least first stage, empathy. It's not only inside looking, within, seeing within, also look at others. Every human being in this world is having their own set of problems. It's because they take selfies in a campus like this and post it, don't think that they are happy. In fact, the ones who are posting the selfies are the unhappiest ones. Yeah. So don't compare yourself with no, she is into our marketing, so she's a job. मतलब full on. वो तो मेरी लाल परी है. So, see, do not compare. Similarly, do not compare your learners with other learners. Vani, can we have yes 2 chocolates, please? Yes. I have this one. Aarti actually very active. I'll give you special chocolate. One is already gone out of it. Just for the ladies. Already taken. This is for these ladies. It's my last buddy.
One more. Preeti ma'am, you also say Preeti ma'am.
Future of career. Professor Inderpal Singh, our Director of Skill Development. Professor Inderpal Singh is a sales and marketing professional and a successful entrepreneur with close to 20 years of experience in leadership roles at reputed organizations like Lord Brinkley India, Best Foods International, and Heinz. He is passionate about training and has been a successful trainer for soft skills and sales modules, helping organizations grow by building more effective and motivated teams. He has also helped build sales and go-to-market strategies for organizations to turn around their sales and distribution models. In his entrepreneur journey, he has successfully built a recruitment and training company. He currently mentors many of his prestigious who have reached senior management levels in large organizations. He is presently a part of the team at Universal AI University, where he is focused on the skill development of students to help them build and sustain successful corporate careers. Please join me in welcoming Professor Inderpal sir.
Thanks, Ashwara. Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Energy? Yeah? Sorry? Oh, come on. I know, yeah, I can feel that. So the idea is basically, want to stand in one place?
No, that's fine.
I will not be able to.
Yeah, that's fine.
Salesman by heart and by profession. Good, so, good to meet with all of you. Like Aishwarya said, so in introductions, we tend to only talk about the good things which are successful entrepreneurial venture. Yes, one successful, one has been a failure, drastic failure, which I'm still paying for. Okay, so it's a mix of everything. That's how life is. Yeah, so basically, today's session, I just wanted to want to talk about, and I'm sure you've all done this at some point in time in your life. You've all done some amount of your own, identifying your own SWOT, or you also set goals for yourself. You've done goals for other people, maybe you've done that. I wanted to do it more differently in the sense now that we look at how goal setting can happen in a manner where you get involved in the entire process, right? Involved in the sense being that, you're not only setting a goal for yourself, but how do you set a goal for yourself and then follow it through? That's more important, because setting a goal and then not, following it up or not ensuring that it gets, you get success in that goal doesn't really work, right? So you're only setting goals, it becomes like your New Year resolutions, right? So that's not how it should be. Setting up a goal should be something that you've got in your mind, something that you're passionate about, something that you wish to achieve, and something that you would want to definitely contribute to your own personal or professional growth, right? So there are two ways that we can do this. I'll leave it to you to take a call on this. There is one that we can do this at a personal level if you want to do it, but at personal level, we'll have to do individually, right? But I think it will be more fun if we do it more as groups, right? So, if you're doing it as groups, we can convert those same goal setting exercise into something which is more organization oriented, or since all of you come from the education background, which is more student centric, or which is more education focused. Is that okay? Yeah, great. So before we start, just a small understanding about this, about the audience. How many of you are from the teaching side? Quite a few. You actually teach, right? And supervisory, so teaching and administration. So principals, headmistresses, that level, okay, great. Fine. And the others are all, I believe, from the counseling side. Is that counselors or other support functions? Counselors. Great. Excellent. So what we can do is I've got a number of these
options that we can look at in terms of goals. I'll show you some of them. You can choose which ones you want to work on. If there is a group of principals or senior teachers here, we can have a separate group with them where you can pick on some of those which are more institution focused and which are more oriented towards how the organization should function, whether it's a school or anything else that we're talking about here. For the teachers, we can have something which is more focused on how you should be, or how you can make learning engaging for your students, right? And for the others, we can make it a mix of how you can engage with people who are not yet a part of your institution, but you want to bring them into your institution. We can have different options that we can look at and work on those. So if you were to start, I mean, how many of you have actually done your SWOT earlier? Let's make this interactive. Is that fine? I mean, I'm going to throw across questions. That's the way I like to, yeah. So you've done your SWOT earlier. And what would have been the basis for your SWOT now? On what would you have based your SWOT? How did you identify your strengths and weaknesses?
There were two prospects when I was, there were two different. Hello. Yeah, there are two different prospects. When I was a student, I was a college student, I did that. Some workshop was going on and they asked, it was kind of the career guiding workshop. Then at the time of interview, when I was filling a form, there is a teacher's form to fill and all there, it is about your strength, weakness and all like that, and how you grab the opportunities.
Okay.
So later on also when I was attending some workshop regarding training of the teachers from CBSE and also there is a SWOT analysis. So they would want to just why when I did what I feel that at three different stages there were different strengths and different weaknesses.
Agree.
So different because as our journey was going on, so I really felt as a student I had different strengths, different weaknesses, different opportunities and different traits. When I just came for the teaching job, it was a different one. And when I just became experienced one and when I was in a workshop, it was entirely different. So time to time it gets changed. So I did it twice. So it was.
Yeah, so it's dynamic in nature, depending on what you're looking at in terms of the job role or whatever.
Job
it is.
role, yeah.
So it will depend on that, obviously, yes. Anybody else? Yes.
Yeah, I think so you have correctly said that it depends upon the role that you're looking at. When I started as a teacher, it was the strength and weaknesses was different. Opportunity that I was looking for was different, and the people who was in that competitors, what were competitors for me were exactly different. Moving ahead, I became the class coordinator, then the entire SWOT changes. Now I am on the senior academic coordinator position, thinking aspiring for the another level upstairs climbing the ladder, then the SWOT is very different. So I believe it's as per the opportunity and the role it changes.
Okay, agree. Yeah, but again, just a question, ma'am. When you say this SWOT changes, your opportunities and threats might change, but do your strengths and weaknesses also change according to the role?
Yes, sir, we update ourselves as per the role that we aspire also and as per the role where we are.
When you
So
certification, sometimes the weaknesses are hindrance to your progress.
Agree.
You started working on that becomes your strength.
Agree.
So weakness is getting removed from your SWOT. That's why they're getting lesser time to time. So there was two different.
Oh, how many of you really believe that weaknesses can be converted into strengths?
I do.
Okay, okay. And how many of you think that weaknesses keep getting lesser and lesser? Okay. Okay, so you'll be conscious about it.
If we are doing something about it, then yes.
Consciously produce.
Yes.
Exactly. Good. Yes, ma'am. You don't see T at all. At a personal level. Okay. Okay. So. Yes. Yes. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Agreed. So personally, at that personal level, she's perfectly right, that at a personal level, you can have different feelings that this is not a weakness for me, I've ignored this as a weakness, and hence there are no threats. The basics of SWOT are that, the strengths and weaknesses are internal to us, whereas the external forces are your opportunities and threats. Right, so these are external to you. Threats could be anything, but at a personal level, if you're looking at it from that spiritual angle, yes, you're absolutely correct on that point now. But I'm saying, if you were to relate this to something which is a goal that you set for yourself, I'm sure at that point in time, you'll be able to find something which is falling into this category and something that falls into that category. Yes.
So when your intentions are very pure, I think so it bounces back, then you have to not see from the perspective of others. Because as Tarun sir has taken one session, in that he has given the example of B and W. Bitching, wailing. So if you keep yourself away from that, irrespective, no matter how much people will try to trick you, but if your intent is pure and if you give your 300 rather than 100 and don't become a parasite to the institute. So whatever you are giving, give 100% to that. I think so. No one is going to snatch away anything from you because our environment is what that is our inner reflection. So we rather than having a complaint or grudges against others, we really need to look into ourselves. So how can I change the environment where I am? Because there is a oneness in the environment of the self. So I very do strongly believe in this concept, and work from that perspective. No matter if the person they are doing from the bad intention and a deed, it is somehow is going to bounce back. So bounce back to them only.
Agree.
So this much I'm sure that I'm not going to get affected where I really need to put my energy. I don't want to dissipate that with more negative. So this focus is so clear in what I want to achieve. And sir, you will not believe the minute I had surrendered now myself, I got a lot of manifestation. I don't know how it has come to me, but the ways it is being open in the environment. So I reached that level with the help of the faith only, sir.
Exactly, I understand. I understand where you're coming from. But I think it's a very few, percentage of people who can reach that stage, right? Since we live in a material world, we always have some aspirations.
Some people are such a pure, at work, they are very ethical, their work, their way of working. Then the people, those who think you are a threat for them and they start, getting you yourself in the room. You don't want to into that, but they drag you in that room.
Absolutely.
So many are there in my environment also, but it doesn't affect me, because I'm not swayed with their energy. Rather, I want to pass that energy to them that look what I am. And they are bound to think that what I'm doing actually. And they're calling me and asking me, what do you
Exactly, yeah. That's what I'm saying. But in this world, there's a very few small percentage of people who reach that stage where you are at now. Generally asking.
Yes, of course, it is needed in our life because it is and has a fuel,
Yes.
to make you reach to that place. So till the time you have a craving, you will not be able to reach that place.
Exactly.
So once you get everything, then your perspective changes from a different point of view.
True, perfectly. So, what I wanted to know was, a little different when I asked this question about how did you, identify your SWOT. I wanted to know the process that you would have gone through or adopted to be able to identify what your strengths are and what your weaknesses are. We'll talk about the ONT later, but I'm saying that as individuals, again, as human beings also, we tend to think more on the positive side and we always tend to think on how I can, think bigger about myself than think about the weaknesses, right? So from that angle, how would you have done this process of identifying your strengths and weaknesses. That's what I wanted to know. Is there a process that you followed, or you just sat down, and thought about it, that this is what I think is my strength and this I think is.
Based on that,
Okay, okay. So how many of you have seen this kind of a concept? This is not the SWOT box. So if I were to give you this concept of the Johari window. Okay. You heard of that now? Right. Yeah. This is done. This is not an Indian Johari, but this is two American management gurus who gave this. There's Jonathan and Harry. So they become a Johari, and this is called the Johari window. Right. There are 4 things to this. It says, right. This is I, me, and this is others. Alright. This is a concept where others know about me, I know about myself. Alright. These are things that we call as the open. Alright. There are things that others know about me, but I don't know. This is called as blind. There are things that I know about myself, others don't know. Alright. This is called as hidden. And this actually blind doesn't really matter. Alright. Now, if you were to work on your SWOT analysis, this is something that you are aware of, right? This is an open which everybody else knows. You want to reach out to people, you can ask them what you're good at, what you're not so good at. You could possibly ask them on these things also. Now, if you were looking at areas like the blind, right? How do you know more about yourself? You've got to know, you've got to have people who know about you, but you don't know about yourself, right? So this is the hidden part or the blind part, things that you are blind to, but others know about you. Right? So when you ask people, you will be obviously wanting to find out how you can increase this window to be bigger, right? So ultimately, this window has to keep on getting as big as possible, the open window. Right? This will happen once you start reaching out to people, you ask people what they know about you, what they feel about you. Might be right, might be not so right, right? Some people might be very vengeful in giving you that feedback, but some of them will be very honest in giving you that feedback. It's how you take that feedback, right? And then you should always relate that feedback to something that you would have possibly undergone in your life, or maybe something that you were able to associate with an event, right? So the bigger you make this window, the open window, the easier it becomes for you to do your SWOT analysis. All right. So this is how the Johari gets connected to the SWOT analysis, where we talk about strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Now, strengths and weaknesses, like I said, are internal to us, which is an internal environment. Not only us, if I extrapolate this SWOT to an organization also, things that are internal to the organization, like the revenues, the products that you have, or the manpower that you have, the quality of manpower that you have, these are all internal to the organization, and hence they become your strengths and weaknesses. And the external things are basically things like competition, etc., which become your threats and opportunities. Right? So that's how we look at the entire concept of SWOT. Goal setting also, I'm sure everybody's done goal set. Yeah. You set goals for yourself, you set up, let's say, time bound goals at the age of this, sorry, now. You're saying something? Yeah. So you set up goals for yourself depending on what you wanted to achieve, you set this up. This is a concept called a SMART goal, right? So goals, because we would have set goals which are very generic in nature. Most of the time we do that, okay, I want to become or I want to grow in my career. Now, growing in my career is very generic in nature, right? Obviously, everybody wants to grow in career. I want to, have a larger salary. I want to buy a bigger car. These are very generic in nature, right? So we have this concept called as SMART goals. Heard of this concept?
Yes.
All right. So it talks about SMART goals, talks about it has to be specific. Measurable.
Relevant and time bound.
Absolutely correct. So your goals have to be specific, which means that you have to have a very specific goal, which says that this is what I want to, when you say I want to grow in my career, I want to become a XYZ, whatever your position you're looking at, right? They have to be measurable, right? When you reach that position, you are able to measure it and say, okay, I have achieved what I wanted to achieve. They are achievable, yes or no, is something that you will know, right? Whether you can achieve that goal or you cannot achieve that goal. That's personal to each one of you, right? You understand that. Relevant to you, again, depends whether it is in your area of expertise or you're looking at something which is outside your area of expertise. From education, you want to move into something else. And from there, you want to, set a goal for yourself that you would want to be at this position. So you need to build on certain skill sets which would help you to reach those. So it becomes relevant there. And the most important thing is time bound. So when you set a goal, it has to be time bound, right? Time bound in the sense that it has to be very specific in saying that this is the time that I want to be able to achieve this position or salary, or you want to call it anything else, right? Whatever you set your goals for. And if you do not, for whatever reason, feel that you are not able to reach at that point in time, what do you do? So let's say you set a goal for yourself. I've joined this organization and in the next 3 years, I want to be let's say I want to lead the kindergarten, or I want to lead the primary school. 5 years time is what you give yourself, or 3 years time is what you give yourself. How do you then know that you are going to achieve or not? What do you do then? So at maybe 2.5 years, you realize no opportunity. What do you do? Sorry, no? Skills are there, yes, but maybe you still not got it. Somebody else has taken it, or maybe there's no opportunity, or whatever could happen. What does one do? Yes, sir. Yes, you review it. Okay. 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 All right. Anybody else? So then we have we have something which is called as smarter goals. Okay, your smart goals become smarter. And then E and R stand for evaluate and revise. All right. So you need, before you are going to achieve, or before the timeline expires, you have to evaluate where you are. Maybe you get the opportunity, maybe you don't get the opportunity. Maybe you get that kind of salary, maybe you are able to buy that car that you want. Maybe you are able to have that milestone in your life which you are aspiring for or not. So before you have set that timeline for yourself, or before you are reaching that deadline of that time that you set for yourself, it's always good to make your goals smarter. So you evaluate, and then if need be, you revise. Right? Revise doesn't always mean that you push back your goal. Revise can mean that maybe you need to look for another opportunity outside. Nobody stops you. All right? Anything that makes you achieve your goal. Right? So something like that. There are two other models that are typically used by for goal setting. One of them is the GROW model. Now the GROW model focuses on 4 areas. One is the goal. The second is the reality of the goal. Third is what options and obstacles are you going to encounter, and whether you have the will to take this thing forward. What is the way forward, right? So you first need to analyze what is the goal that you have and where do you stand as on date with respect to that goal, and then how do you take it forward? Okay, then are there any options or are there any obstacles that are going to come in that way of you being able to achieve that goal? And the last one is, do you have the will? Is there a way forward that you will maybe have to do certification? Maybe you need to, kind of upskill yourself or whatever has to be done. This is one model, and the second model, this is the second model, and the third model that we typically use is called the CLEAR model. And the CLEAR model, it talks about collaboration. It talks about being limited, engaging, this is actionable and refinable. So this is the clear goal setting model is very similar to the model of SMART, right? So there also a specific time bound, etc., refinable, whether actionable or not. This is what the clear goal thing talks about. Right? Are these concepts clear? Yeah. So, okay for an activity now? Yes? This is actionable and refinable. Yes, ma'am.
We have potential,
Yes.
but somehow a conscious mind says that you're not able to do. So how will I dare to dream, to make the things achievable? If I give up there only for myself by limiting that, or I'll decide from my end that whether it is achievable, well or not.
Yes, so when you're setting the goal, you have to look at whether it is achievable or not. Right? It's not only from.
There's beyond that actually possible to make that possible.
No, beyond, so that is not an achievable goal, right? Then it doesn't fall under the SMART model at all. So it's not going to be a goal. Maybe you need to refine your goal again. If it's not achievable, then it's not, that is only a goal which you set for yourself more as a dream than a goal. It has to be achievable. All right? Exactly. That's why it's called a goal, right? So something that you will reach in time. Yes. Yeah, possible. Possible. Yeah. So I've got some on the next slide. I've got multiple options that we can use for goal setting. We'll get into a goal setting exercise. The reason I've got this SWONT are 4 areas that we've set. You can pick up sheets from here. We'll have groups. You can create a groups in case you want to do that yourself. I would want to have one group of only the senior teachers of principals or headmistresses, if there are 4 or 5 of them. Yeah, administration can also join there. Yeah. So you can join maybe another, or you can join the teachers also. You can join the teachers also, I hope. So let's make groups of maybe about 5 or 6, whatever suits you. Can we make some groups? There you can make multiple numbers.
Virtual audience, we are making you also in the group.
Whatever, 5, 6 is good enough. You want to have larger groups, I hope. Just in case. It's also on chart, so wherever you group is, you'll send the chart. This is one group.
I've got.
Understood.
Okay. Our topic was planning a successful school. So as per the SWOT, yes. Hello. Okay, our topic was planning a successful school. So as per the SWOT, our strengths are good infrastructure, diverse co-curricular activities, digital school, qualified, motivated staff, safe and inclusive environment, and
higher student-teacher ratio, individual attention, we will not be able to provide that much. Limited teaching methodologies because some of the teachers don't use, good methods and all, some are using, and financial constraints are there. Opportunities, we can have the partnership with universities and industries, and there are some government initiatives and grants we can just tell our students, and alumni engagement and mentorship. And then threats are increasing competition with the different schools, rapid changes in the educational system, they are coming, and that's why we have to update ourselves, and higher expectation from parents nowadays from the schools. So these are our threats, and moreover, as one more I can add on that, cyberbullying, because we are in the digitalization and digital classrooms are there, definitely the school also posing a threat to us. So these we have given for the planning a successful. Yeah, of course, that's why we have given the partnership with the university and we are standing in the AI university. Everyone, please give your votes. Is anybody who want to add on?
I just want to ask on that, when you said about those weaknesses that you mentioned there, how do they relate to a successful school?
Because, sir, in successful school, it would be quite evident that the more attention a teacher is able to give to the student, better is the result that we can derive. I'm coming into the category of successful schools. But because if we have more number of students and lesser number of classrooms, or we are not able to divide classes according to the teacher-student ratio, then obviously it is going to bring the impact on efficiency of teachers as well as for the students.
Because individual attention span would not be provided to students because all the learners are not the same pace. So in that way, if the teacher and the student ratio is
Like early in the session of, I think design thinking, sir has said that they take only 25 seats. Not even the 26 would be allowed so that we are able to give the attention, more attention, individual attention.
Using the same concept of design thinking to this same question or the same goal that we have taken. The first thing that you should have done is to define what a successful school is.
Okay.
Successful school with respect to the size, with respect to number of schools, with respect to the outcome, with respect to how your alumni are faring in the industry. All that. So that should have been the first step. That should have been the first step of identifying when you're setting a goal, you have to first identify what is that goal exactly, break it down into smaller parts. Okay, that's where we come to the next one here on this screen.
There are students are
So if you do not have clarity in what the goal is, so this, that's where I'm coming from, where when you said it has to be specific. Now, when you said, when you say specific, you have to first define what is it that you mean by a successful school, right? The success that you are going to measure, or for that school, the success is going to be measured on what parameter? That makes it specific. And then you are able to measure those success parameters. Then you come to the aim part. The aim is still achievable because you are setting up a school, because you have the capability to set up a school, because you have possibly the finances to set up a school, right? You've got the land, you've got the people, everything is fine. So it is achievable, definitely it's achievable, right? As a goal. But the specificity of that goal, how much is there, right? So setting up a successful school will differ from person to person. The definition of success for a school will differ from person to person, from location to location, from what you expect from the school, right? Some will say that I need a school which has got only the top cream of the students, right? That could be successful. Some would say I need a larger number. I need to have 5,000 students in my school or 12,000 students in my school. That could be success, right? It could be the size of the school. It could be the board that you associate yourself with, right? So when you talk about specific, you have to first break that goal down into what you mean by specific. What is that goal actually talking about? All right, because that is then going to help you to overcome, to use these two models, which we call as the reverse or backward goal setting, where you've got a concept where in terms of reverse goal setting or the backward goal setting, you've got the goal set for yourself. You say, okay, after this goal being, if I have to achieve this goal, what is the next step before this? Not where I'm going to start from, right? So you would, if in a regular goal setting methodology or using the smart method, you would say, okay, I need to buy land. I need to have teachers, right? But if you were to work on a backward goal setting model, you would first say, okay, let's say my school is already successful. How do I measure this? What is my measure of success? Okay. Then you say, okay, this is what will take me to becoming a good school. It has to be a playground, it has to be oriented towards technology, it has to be future oriented, whatever might be your success parameters that you have. And then you say, okay, if I have achieved this, if I've got technology already embedded into my school, into my curriculum, I've got the best, the cream of the students that I wanted, I've got that. What do I need to get that? So I'm moving backward from that. To get the cream of the students, what do I need to do? Do I need to get into social media? Do I need to look at people separately? Do I need to market my product in a different manner? Do I need to sell it to a certain section of people? How do I price my product? Right?
I feel that there is a point. Planning is successful is different, and you want your school that is in the running state to be a successful.
Yeah, so you're planning it to be, even if it's a running school. Yeah, but even if you're running a school already, how do you make it successful? So you're planning to make it, you're planning to make it successful.
Yes.
Either ways, right? That is the reverse or backward goal setting model that typically gets used. And the one that we're talking about here is treasure mapping or visualization. You need to visualize that. It becomes easier when you're setting your goals. You need to visualize, right? When you say, okay, I want to be the principal of this school, or I want to be a CEO of an organization, you visualize yourself in that position and you say, okay, to reach there, what do I need to do? Right? It becomes easier. Then you are able to kind of identify the strengths that you need, or identify what weaknesses you currently have, which will hamper you from reaching there. Also, you are able to identify what threats are there within the organization or outside the organization, which are going to hamper your achievement of that goal. Right? So goal setting typically is a very detailed exercise. All right. Maybe you can take these concepts back when you go back. Maybe you can sit with your own, within your school and or your entire group that you have within yourself, within your institution, and try to find out some areas which you think your institution needs to work on to make it obviously either successful or to create a new school or to bring in how do I manage Gen Alpha, right? Which is the next big challenge. Right, so these are big challenges which any school or any teacher would be looking at, or maybe the heads of the school would be looking at. How do I keep them engaged? Sorry, now. Mike, Inderpal, INDERPAL. Sorry, now. I'm not aware. Wherever, so she'll send it across. No one.
Ten.
Say my number also. Send the number also in case you want to. Right? So this is basically how we will look at how, and this one which we talked about 1 year from now, this makes it easier for you to be able to visualize your goal. Right? So I'm today at this place after 1 year. So my goal is for 5 years. After 1 year, where do I see myself? Am I coming close, or do I have to get into from a smart goal to a smarter goal? When, at which point in time do I need to evaluate and revise my goal if required? Maybe I need to do that every year, right? Because if it's technology which is going to hamper my growth within the organization, if the way that I teach to my students or keep them engaged, if it's technology, then I need to evaluate the technology every year. I need to know how technology is changing, how I need to upskill myself with respect to technology, or how the generations are changing and how do I need to keep them engaged. The kids are changing, right? Their expectations are changing. Parents' expectations are changing. How do I meet those expectations? So do I need to upskill myself? Do I need to do some other courses? Do I need to, change my personality if required? Do I need to become a better version of myself? Are there something that I need to do or work on myself? Right? So that's how you're going to be able to ultimately set and achieve your goal. Right? Thank you all. It's been a pleasure. Any questions from around? Anything? Thank you all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
स्पीकर कहाँ है स्पीकर दिखते हैं
Ladies and gentlemen, meet Professor Pushkaraj Deshpande, a professional who has spent 23 years mastering the art of people, performance, and potential. From the skies of aviation to the fast pace of hospitality and the strategic world of corporate learning, he has worn many hats, each with purpose. Professor Pushkaraj designs and delivers learning journeys that transform individuals into confident leaders, from students stepping into the corporate arena to professionals sharpening their edge. Whether it's building emotional intelligence, elevating customer experience, or tackling conflict head on, Pushkarat sir equips people with the skills to thrive and the mindset to lead. In short, he doesn't just train people for the job, he prepares them for the journey. Please join hands welcoming Professor Pushkarat.
ज़्यादा हो गया ना? Too much introduction. All right. So, seeing your body algorithm and your eyes and your smile, I'm not going to take much of a time. All right. I wish this session would have been on the second day. I had the pleasure of hosting the tiebreaker, but nevertheless, जिंदगी बहुत बड़ी है, फिर मिलेंगे. Right now, I want to highlight a particular individual in front of you. His name is Suryansh. Okay. In short, 30 seconds. Come, Talia over there. Can you see my? I have not met him like day in and day out. Okay. But there was one day. Yes, of course, I've interacted with him like, hi, how are you doing, beta? Everything fine, blah, 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 blah. Okay. I get a call from him and say, sir, I need your time. I said, everything okay? Fine at home. I'm not his counselor, his mentor, nothing. What made the difference is whenever, let's say, we are crossing aisles, did you have your food? Are you okay? One conversation. Then he just wished me good morning. I said, Tote ki ude? What happened? You know, small conversations like this. I don't know what I have done to him. All right. He reaches out to me and say, I'm going to Manila. Okay. I'm just going to say that. And because it's his day and his experience, so I just want to give you the trailer and he will take off. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for, tolerating my, activities. It was a pleasure. And as I said, फिर मिलेंगे. Suryansh, all yours.
Thank you very much, sir. Good evening, everyone. I'm Suryansh. I'm doing my BTech here in second year, and I'm already done with my first year. I met him. He don't teach me. Nothing is there. No communication. And we had a long summer break. We were there for 3 months. We're not here. And I was preparing for Great Man. It's an international beauty pageant for males. And I've been preparing for past 2 years. And overall, they see everything. They see your physique, they see how you speak, they see your personality because it's a 14 days event. And I was there from multiple countries. They were being judged. The movement that land there. It's not like that. It's on the grand finale and they're judging you. But 14 days, you have to be what you are. So you cannot fake it for 14 days. If you can fake it for a day, but you cannot fake 14 days. So you have to embody it, like what you want to be, what you have to showcase, how you want to present your own country. And with God grace, we got ambassador. It's the second prize, ambassador of charity and enterprises. And also, we got best in swimwear and best in personality. And for swimwear, I would say I had a lot of mentors, counseling. We are talking about counseling, I'm talking about talking. And it's not like that I was the one with the best abs over there, or best physique, was not like that. People were there who were stronger than me, and who were more shredded, better abs, all six visible, but still, I was, you still counseling me. Life expected. And so the thing was, I knew some tricks which I've got to know by talking to people. On stage, how to present myself, how to walk, how to show that grace when you're on stage and showing your swimwear. And I did that. And without even having best abs over there, I still got best. And for personality, I was trained by my own father. He was military. So you know how the background is, how I come from, where I come from. So all discipline, everything. Like if I have to do something, if I set a target, I have to accomplish it. So that was my motive for 14 days. Every day, the thing is there, like 3 rounds we have to pass. And then the night, it's like if you come back, I have to run, I have to go again by 7 in the morning. No gym, so we have to maintain the physique, food, whatever we had given, we have to eat that because in Philippines, you guys must be aware of typhoons and earthquakes were there, and transportation is done. So what we had to eat was just boiled fish. We're eating boiled fish for 3 times. No, this was the biggest challenge over there to eat just fish without salt and without everything. And in the evening, I used to call my dad, tell him this happened, okay, this, maybe Great Britain is doing better, maybe Lebanon is doing better, competition is there, and how we can accomplish the next day. Because we're not looking at the post really the grand finale, the 14th day. We are looking at what is tomorrow. We have to accomplish it, we have to take a step firmly and then move forward. My father was there, Pushkar sir was there, and while I was there in the grand finale, there was multiple rounds. So the same day, we have to change 7 times a national costume, then a swimwear, again swimwear, there were like 3 swimwear, activewear, again a national costume, and then we have our formal dress. After that, we have our speech and then start. Okay, is it better now? Okay, I think it's better. So then in between the rounds, there was the speech round. Or basically, I contacted Pushkar said because I'm a person who fumble, who stumble a lot while speaking. Right now, it's getting better. As Pushkar said told me to, how do you think when you're standing over there? And there was close no interview. For that, that was consisting of 30% of everything, of 14 days. The closed zone interview. For that, I contacted Pushkar sir and we sat for an hour, think how we can answer these things and what they can ask, brainstorm. We did that, and that actually like, went like very, very well. Out of 10 marks, we got 10. We got 10. So somewhere we got 10. That's why we have best personality, and we have it. So please, no.
Oh, okay, all right. So you hold one, I'll hold two, okay? So I have not secured this, okay? I've not secured this, but I'm just helping him out. So the idea, very quickly, I want to say that is, I have my own schedule. Okay, I have my own schedule. But what happens when you have a schedule and somebody pops up like this, case? So it's all about, time management, and it's all about understanding the emotion. All right. So all I'm trying to say that is counseling is not a job. It's not a profile. It's not. Should I eat it up? Okay. It's not. It's a service. Okay. It's a service. So I want to leave you with that note, and I hope one day I take your session. I hope. And it's a manifestation. तारीख note कर लेना, time note कर लेना. I'm manifesting this now, and for sure, I will meet all of you one day. All right, that's a promise. Okay.
This is what we scored there.
Love you, Bika. Love you.
Thank you, sir. Love you too, sir.
Okay, so the 5 seconds. Any questions for him? No, right? The handsome boy, right? Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
Friends, thank you for being with us the whole day today. Just 2 more minutes. We will have vote of thanks right now.
Hi Preeti, hi Shaili. I'm here, so you can let me know whenever we're good to start.
So Neha, just 1 minute. So Neha, we are just waiting for a few of the members from the university to come in. Yeah, just on the way. Just 2 more minutes.
Sunday also they were engaged, yeah. Yeah, thank you so much for that. Like, working on public holiday. We value that on a very high. One of our challenges. Yeah, it is really very fun. Saturday, the same on Saturday. Saturday night, Sunday also remain on Saturday night. We come and engaged. Great. You can try.
No, you can think of that speech.
Everyone, and now to officially close the IC3 2025 here at Universal AI University. I now have my extended gratitude to Mr. Tarunanand, and who is the founder and chancellor of our college, whom you have heard and whom you have known for the past days. And now we would like to welcome Ms. Neha Bal, Executive Director of IC3 Institute, to deliver a word of thanks, and then we'll continue from there.
Thank you so much. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I hope I'm audible to everyone with a thumbs up. Am I? Okay, perfect. Well, here we go. 3 days, they've just flown by in a flash, I'm sure, and they've been nothing short of incredible. Um, I'm glad that I could join you virtually a bit, but it's frankly my loss to have not made it to the university in person. But I'm sure there will be another opportunity in the near future, and I look forward to that. And in the meantime, I just want to take the moment on behalf of all of us at the IC3 Institute, our cohorts, to say a big heartfelt thank you to Universal AI University leadership, the team, for everything you have done to make this week so special. Can we all have a huge round of applause for our colleagues and friends at Universal AI? Thank you so much. This means so much as educators. We all know it very well that it takes weeks, sometimes months of planning, brainstorming, coordination, a lot of resources, but most of all, a big and a gracious heart to create a residential experience of this kind. And we are so grateful to Universal AI. Thank you so much again. I do want to specifically mention Tarun Anandji. Thank you for sharing your life experiences and insights with our cohorts. I learned that listening to you was truly, truly eye-opening for our cohorts, and I know they are taking away lessons for life. Dr. Simon Mark, you have been such a source of energy and joy that, the fact that you were with our cohort members almost all the time, whether it was dancing, playing, trekking, just being with them meant so much. It certainly created a real sense of connection, I'm sure. So much gratitude. A huge shout out to the team, Vani, Sagar, Ishika, and the entire team. You were literally on your toes the past few days, much sooner, I'm sure, but responding to every little, need almost instantly, but always with a smile. Um, and even though we know how much hard work went into it, you just made it all look so effortless. So thank you for doing what you do on a daily basis and for showing up. To our anchors, Aishwarya and Lawyer, thank you for keeping the energy up and the audience engaged. You made the sessions come alive, and I'm sure the virtual audiences, are just as joyed as our friends who could join us in person. And of course, the food, the amazing food, it kept us all so nourished and happy. And to that, add the experiences you gave our cohorts, whether it was the treks, the yoga in the morning, which I learned about. We saw the pictures, the karaoke, the dance parties in the evening, and the DJ night. Um, I mean, these are all memories that will stay with our cohorts forever. I particularly want to acknowledge the administrative staff, the the team at the back end, logistics, the security guards, the housekeeping. Thank you for being so kind, so courteous, and for always working behind the scenes. You are the real force that makes it all happen and makes it look so seamless. And finally, to our stellar faculty, thank you for the innovative sessions. We take away a lot, not just in terms of learning, but ideas, and we all look forward to meaningful ways of collaborating and applying those into our everyday lives. So thank you for showing up with such discipline, such commitment, always before time and always prepared. This has, been so much more than just a program. So thank you for your warmth, your planning, your incredible hospitality. We are very, very grateful. And the good news is that this is not the end of the week. I hope we all know this. Universal AI is also the co-host of the 2025 annual IC3 conference and expo. And I'm sure our cohorts will be looking out for your comforting presence the next 2 days as well. So much gratitude, and can't wait to welcome all of you in Mumbai soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Seema ma'am, for your kind words. We now take this wonderful opportunity to thank each one of you who actively participated over the past 3 days. Your enthusiasm and involvement made every session meaningful, and we truly hope you found them exciting. A special word of gratitude to the IC3 team, especially Mr. Jim and Mr. Ganesh Kohli, for gracing us with their presence and ensuring this event unfolded so seamlessly. A sincere thanks to the entire IC3 team, and especially Ms. Preeti ma'am for their timeless efforts behind the scenes.
We also extend our heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed professors who took their sessions over the course of this conference. Your knowledge, guidance, and inspiring words have not only enriched our understanding, but also sparked a way of thinking within us. Thank you for your time, for your effort, your commitment to shaping our better learners into future leaders, and we are truly grateful for that. We would like to also extend our deepest appreciation to Mr. Tarun Singh Anand, our Chancellor, and Dr. Simon Mark, our Vice Chancellor, for their constant guidance and unwavering support throughout these 3 days, right down from the finest details. Thank you so much.
Last but not the least, we extend our deepest gratitude to the backbone of Universal AI University, to incredible individuals who made this event truly unforgettable. Ms. Paya Singer for ensuring our well-being and fostering a positive environment. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Rakesh Achara for taking care of food and hospitality with such perfection. Mr. Anmol Brale for flawlessly managing logistics and keeping everything on track. Mr. Sandeep Mr. Sandeep for his steady support with IT and technical arrangement. We also want to extend appreciation for all our student volunteers whose energy, dedication, and teamwork added life to every detail. Thank you so much.
All right, well, we have a special gift for all
There's
the,
a group photograph.
and a group photograph, okay?
Everyone can join in.
All right, here we go.
Shant, how should we take a group photograph? I think
You can line up here. They can come, we will stand here, they can line up here itself. Because we all come there.
Oh, no, he says that we all should come in here because anyway, now this is the last thing. So we all can come in here and take a photograph. Let's all stand as for the height. Yeah. Please, sir. Sagar, you also come in.
Right?
चलो वो भी ले लेंगे
Because we have to say about the camera.
okay.
No, there is no